Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. All right. Before we begin and really get into it today, we've got a few short stories to cover, and then we'll get to the big stuff. Look at this new artist I just found. Holy fuck. Like, that's so cool. Just I might cry. Oh my God. So cool. Just found her. They honestly could be a they, them. I don't even know. But brand new artist really on the scene. I don't even know how to say their name. Xena? Xena. Okay, I was reading this. Xena, easy. They have an aesthetic. Let me tell you, they have a thing. I mean, do we? I don't even know what to say. It's kind of like if FKA Twigs and oh my God, what's her name? I totally fell off her, but I used to listen to her all the time. Melanie Martinez. If Melanie and FKA had a baby, which we love, like, I think that's the thing is like, this person, Xena, obviously has their completely own thing. And yet it's nice to say like, oh, they remind me of two other artists that I really, I used to really love Melanie Martinez, like obsessed, fell off, Avi, but FK Twigs still love to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like still love to this day. So I love it. Like, I think it's such a vibe. So Xena, check her out. You might like her. I mean, fuck, her page is cool, bro. She's got a thing. She's got the thing. She knows what's up. Talented, beautiful voice, political, progressive looking. She has like political stuff posted, like fuck ICE stuff. So, she's my new fave. I've decided. So there you go. Just wanted to share, Okay, now with that said, now that we've started stream on and up, okay, before we really get into the rough stuff, because it's Friday, there's a few stories I just wanted to cover because I don't think I'll be able to before Monday, la la la. Okay, this is a really sensitive topic. We talk about hair, especially since, listen, I don't need it. Don't tell me in the comments how beautiful my hair is. I'm feeling like so happy and disgusted with my hair at the same time. Okay. I'm really emotionally going through it because listen, my philosophy on life is always, if your hair looks good, you look good. And right now I just feel like my hair is not working because it's in between a weird growth stage. This is in my eyes. This is layered too weird. I gave myself a wolf cut, which was beautiful when it started, but now growing in a wolf cut is like such a process. And I am so terrified of somebody touching my hair and ruining it. You know this. I have hair anxiety. My brother, who has the most beautiful curls, he gets them from me, okay, sends me a video yesterday going, Brittany, they chopped off my curls. And I went like this. And my partner was like, and I was like, oh my God. And I was like, he went in for a very specific cut. The inspiration for the cut, beautiful photo. I know exactly the haircut he wanted. I know exactly the haircut he wanted. And they cut off all of his curls. And I was like, they made him look like a military boy. They made him look like a Marine. And I was like, it was terrifying. So then he went into the barber again. He said, somebody has to fix this. Please fix it. They did their best. And I was just like, look, it will grow back. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, and I've been talking to him back and forth and I was like, it's okay. He goes, this is the pic I showed him. I was like, you know, this is what the hairstylists or the barbers do. Oh yeah, I can cut curly hair. He told me, he's like, Brittany, I felt like I knew, but they tell you, they reassure you, oh, I can cut curly hair. Okay, you know what? We're not going to people who don't have curly hair anymore. And I told him, this is the curly hair struggle, is you hairstylists get offended. They don't want to hear that they don't know how to do hair. And so they go, yeah, I can do this, but they can't do it. They don't know how to do curly hair. They say they do, but they don't. Okay? Ready for this? Story is going viral right now on TikTok of the same situation. A girl is crying in her car because of her hair. And she goes, I know this is stupid. This is like so dumb. It's just hair. And the hairstylists are attacking her. They're attacking her. And I'm saying, see, this is why all of us are in conflict, because you don't want to hear that you did bad. It's embarrassing to tell you. You get defensive over it. And you like, you know what I'm saying? So like, that's why it's very hard to find a good hairstylist, like a good therapist. They're very hard to find. Okay. You have to really go to somebody. That's why I say I want somebody. I had it for just a second. I want somebody who's like autistically into hair, who like isn't gonna lie about their ability to do hair. Okay. And the last girl that touched my hair was a friend, and she's a Black girl, and she does hair, and she does all kinds of hair, and she knows hair. And I felt so good after my haircut with her. Like I told her, I was like, if I could only have you in my pocket every time, if I wish I could move you to Europe, you know? And I can't, because she has a successful business, and you know what I mean? She's busy living her life. But that's the last person to touch my hair. And girl, are you ready? That was 5 years ago. Holy shit, was that like 5 years ago? Yeah, it had to have been, because I think I was single. I'm pretty sure I was single. I don't think I was dating my person yet. I wasn't. It was a month before I found my person. So I think it was 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. 4 years ago, maybe. I was really sick. I remember I was really sick, and my friends came together for my birthday. I flew out. She's a friend, and this is her job. So I flew her out. I paid her to come out. You pay your friends for labor. I brought her out for my birthday. Yeah, God, it must have been that long ago. Anyways, she's the last person who touched my hair other than myself. And I felt so good after that haircut. I really felt so alive. And this is the fear. So let's watch this with all of that backstory. Okay, let's watch this video. And then I want you to see how mean hairstylists are to their clients, because I don't think people understand how personal hair can feel. I really think hairstylists, white ones specifically, really don't understand how important hair can. And I know it's just hair, but it's never just hair. You know, sometimes it's more than just hair. And I understand on a planet where people are being genocided, because that was their conversation. These hairstylists are like, people are being bombed. I was like, we know, Habibi. I know it's just hair, but it's not always just hair. I know. Okay, I get it. I understand. But being like, I don't understand why my client's upset about their hair, people are being genocided, is not a conversation. That is not a real conversation. Okay? Watch this video. Okay? This is hold on. This one, hold on, let me double check. Okay, so watch this one first. This kind of has a compilation. So this is the original girly.
Hair feels like such a girl thing. It's hair appointment day. I am nervous. I'm gonna stop at Dunkin'. Can I do a brown sugar shake and espresso?
So she does a cute little vlog on her way to get her hair done.
So a medium with cold foam. Coffee secured. I'm processed.
So she's in the salon. She's like really like getting excited.
I think I hate it. I don't know why I don't like it. I had to get emotional support canes. It just doesn't look anything like what I asked for. I'm gonna cry about it for a little bit longer and eat my chicken. I'll see you guys later. Did get a text from
This is the next day after.
my stylist this morning. I wanted to address a couple of the comments that I'm seeing over and over and over and over again. This was a stylist I had never seen before. I dropped the ball. Didn't get a chance to schedule with my normal stylist. This stylist was able to get me in. Very kind. I have nothing bad to say about this stylist. At the beginning of the appointment, we had a 10 to 15 minute consultation where we explicitly talked.
Yeah, I feel like that's not long enough. When I talked to my girl about my hair, I think we probably talked. I think I probably sent her a bunch of photos. And I think we probably talked about it for like a while. Like, I know we're friends, so maybe that's a part of it. Like, I feel like we talked about it a lot. Like, I want to say like hours, if not days, if not weeks, because like it's a big deal. You know what I mean? It's a big deal. So like, I can't. I'm not letting you touch my hair after 10 minutes. Get away from me. Like, we're not having this conversation. I'm going to need you to sit down with me for a while. Okay? Like 20, give me at least 20 minutes of going through my photo reel. Okay? I feel like when I get my nails done, they sit with me longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, wait.
About exactly what I wanted. I used these two photos.
Okay. Everyone is like jumping on her because they're AI photos. Okay. Can you tell me, my girls and the girls who watch the show, who is the hairstylist who came to your brain right away? Celebrity hairstylist and or reality TV hairstylist that you're like, I know exactly who could pull off this hair. The moment I saw this hairdo, I was like, oh, I know exactly this hairdo. I know exactly who you should go to get this hairdo done. Jessie from Mormon Wives. This is Jessie's signature Mormon look. This is the Mormon girl look. You know what I'm saying? This is like signature, yes, chat, Mormon wife. Exactly. You knew that this is the Mormon look. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jessie would have pulled it off so good. Like, no, I'm not saying maybe this girl's hair isn't long enough or thick enough or but this is Utah signature Utah right here, baby.
What I was looking for was I wanted pops of highlight and color, dimensional dark lights. Wasn't until I walked out of the salon and I looked at it in my own car mirror and I'm like, this isn't exactly what I wanted. Like, I'm missing the pops of color in the back. I like the front, but I did have a couple people say that I'm probably just emotional because this is a lot of change, which it is. Like, I have literally changed my entire way of getting ready. And for everybody that said, oh, this isn't valid because we don't know what your inspo pics were. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
I'm so
Okay, so here are people like responding.
tired of clients like this. I'm so sick of it. You're the problem. Let me get this straight. Because you went to a brand new hairstylist to you, someone who had never worked with your hair before, and you showed her 2 AI edited images as your inspo pictures. And in both of those pictures, the people have double the amount of hair that you have. So for your density, she nailed it. The tone's really spot on. The placement is really good for the amount of hair that you have. And you liked it in the salon, but when you get to your car, you realize you don't like it actually. Actually, it's not anywhere close to the inspo pictures, but you don't know what it is that you don't like about it. And you're so upset. But instead of do something that could fix the problem, which would be to go back into the salon and talk to your stylist, or if you don't want to do a face-to-face conversation, reach out directly via their phone or their DMs to say, hey, I'm not really sure, but it just doesn't feel right. Can we take another look at it? Can we try this again? No, you set up your phone and you bawl and bawl and bawl and bawl and bring it to the internet. Because that's going to fix the issue. And then a couple days go by and you do realize what you don't like about it. You want a little bit more dimension in your crown, which is a super, super easy fix for a stylist to do. You still don't reach out to her. You leave that video up, and then she sees it and she reaches out to you directly to try and rectify the situation. You don't reach out to her. Cool. I love that. I love that. So just a PSA, don't be like that girl. Don't be doing that. Talk to your stylist. The way that we get better and the way that we perfect your hair is through communication. If you want something adjusted, tell us. We're happy to fix it. Don't bring it to the internet when you can't even tell us what you don't like about your hair or have the balls to actually say something so that we can offer to fix it. It's not fair. I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
You know, this was not a good business look, girl. You should not have made this video. Like, I know a lot of people maybe liked the video, but also, like, you know, look, okay? Like, I could not go to this woman now. She's so, not only is she like not understanding and mean, but this is why clients are too afraid to tell you, because you're mean. You say like you'd be willing to fix it, but that is not true. I'll tell you a horror story. When I was a wee little girl, when I was a wee lass, okay? When I was like 18, 19, I told my mom, I was like, I'm going to go get my hair done. And I went to a low tier salon. So this was the first mistake. I always go to medium tier or high tier. I can't always afford high tier. Obviously, that's like really expensive. So I usually go for medium tier, okay? I was freshly new. I was wee bit of a baby. And I went to a low tier salon. First mistake, okay? So just learn from my mistake. And they offered a dye, highlights, color. I took inspo pics and I got a lady and I thought she understood me. I thought we were on the same page. She did my hair and I went home. I paid like $180. Okay. It was like $180. And this was like in 2009. So it was like a very big deal. Okay. I had my first big girl job. I was my first big girl car. I was like really feeling independent. I had my, I was really feeling myself. So I got my hair done and I was like, I had never got my hair done professionally. So I was like, this is a very big deal. It's nothing that I asked for, okay? It's not even close. And I go home to my mom and I just start crying. I'm a mess. I'm mortified. I'm horrified. I'm literally like devastated. And she goes, why didn't you tell them you didn't like it? I was like, I felt so bad. She had a client after me. She had already been working on my hair for 2 hours. I could tell she was stressed. Like, she was such a nice, and she was like an older lady. I was like, I didn't want to go and tell her that she did a bad job. Like, and then I knew she couldn't work on my hair because she literally had somebody waiting for her. And I was just like, I just felt so bad. My mom's like, but you paid so much money. You deserve to have the hair you want. I was like, I know. She goes, let me see the photos you showed them. I showed them. My mom goes, yeah, Betty, like we have hairstylists in the, this is how my mom always is. Like, listen, you might call her a Middle Eastern Karen if you want, but honestly, girl gets job done. So she goes to the hairstylist and goes, I have family who are hairstylists. They would never have done this. This is the picture my daughter showed you. This is what she got. How is this the same? And I'm like, oh. So my mom did bat for me. Like, I will say my mom gets it done. Okay. So she went, she goes, look, I know you tried, but these aren't even the same. Okay. And my daughter spent a lot of money. She worked really hard for the money. She's making $7 an hour. Okay. Like give her what she asked for, please. So she goes to her girl. So my mom, by the way, sent me to that salon because she usually goes by this one girl who works there. That girl wasn't available. So I went with someone else. So my mom called and the girl my mom usually goes to, she took care of it. And she added in highlights and made it better. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but it was better than what the original lady did. So to be fair, I had chosen the salon. I think I did something similar to like what this girl did, where instead of going to the girl my mom recommended, I was impatient. I wanted another girl. I figured they all worked at the same salon, so the standards should be the same. Standards are not the same in the same salon. That is what I am learning, is like just because they all work in the salon and rent chairs does not mean the standard is the same. So I appreciated my mom doing that for me. It was a lot of money at the time. It would be a lot of money now. Fuck, it'd be a lot of money now. But this is why we're terrified. This is why girls do their hair at home as well. Because how am I about to spend $5,000, $300, $1,000 on hair that I'm gonna hate? How do you expect me to? Because at least if I ruin my hair at home, I did it. But God forbid I go to your place of business, spend $150, and you fuck up my hair. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then not even let me feel bad about it. I think that's the hard part of like having these conversations with people. Is like, I'm happy to pay money for good haircuts, but there's nothing more devastating than spending all of that money for something you fucking hate. Especially if you go somewhere the next day and you're trying to feel yourself, or especially if like you're trying to feel cute. It's just such a painful experience, you know? Okay, here's this video. I think this is a different reaction. Let me see.
What I asked for. I'm gonna cry about it for a little bit longer.
Wild to me that somebody has the audacity to make a video
Okay, this is another one.
of them crying about their hair results immediately after their hair appointment while not even addressing it to the hairstylist. Not only is crying on the internet not really going to solve anything, and it's not going to guarantee you fame,
I know for a fact all these women voted for Trump. Like with their attitudes, they're definitely Trump voters.
because I would say 1 out of every 100 people that bitch about their hairstylist make it. But the likelihood with the Magical For You page landing on the actual stylist's page after they're done working a long, hard day, and they might have no idea that this person's not even happy with their hair results, gets to see that when they get off of a long day of work. I also don't have it in me right now for people crying over their hair when it's not even fucked up. And call me insensitive, but Kim, there are people dying out there. Every now and then people need to be humbled, including myself. For example, a few weeks ago, my apartment complex is having a cockroach infestation. It's fucking disgusting, and I have a major fear of bugs. So I feel absolutely awful. I'm scared all the time, and then know what I see on TikTok? A girl filming that there are bombs going off outside of her apartment. So that really helped me check myself and cool down. And then fast forward to yesterday, unfortunately, I lost one of my dogs. She went over the Rainbow Bridge. And you know what? If I could, I would trade to have those cockroaches back if that meant her being here. So while yes, I am kind of invalidating feelings right now because I don't have it in me to validate them. But let me validate them. You're allowed to be upset. Your hair is not the way you wanted it to be. You paid money for it. That is okay. But you crying on the internet is not going to do anything about it. And I think that you know that. I think that you are posting it because you just want to go viral at the expense of somebody else's mental health with their career and them feeling like they're a failure, which I just don't think is cool. But anyways, my beautiful client today, I folded her up using
You know, girl, there are two types of girls. There are two types of girls. And that's what I'm saying, girl. Know your category and who you are in the story, because I would not give these women business. I would not want to be on their side. That is not the attitude I would have, you know? Like, and plus, you have to make it such a safe space for your client not to like the hair. Don't play with me. Like, these people are making it a safe space for me to hate my hair. Don't even play. When, oh, you're like, I have a client in 10 minutes, so we got to wrap this up. Oh, we got to get going. You're constantly looking at your watch. You know what I mean? Like, you have to work with such a professional. And that's why I say I have been lucky. I have throughout my life had 1 to 3 very amazing hairstylists who worked with my hair. That's it. And all of my life, I've had maybe 3 different people I've worked with over the years that I have trusted with my hair. Okay. So with peace and love, my biggest regret living in Croatia, I'll tell you this. I saw this black girl once, and I know she lives here because I've seen her multiple times. I haven't seen her since. My biggest regret is not running up to her and asking her where she gets her hair done, because she's got to be getting her hair done somewhere, or maybe she's doing it herself. But she probably has, because guys, I don't know what it is about Croatia. I'm really struggling. Like, it does not work the same. Even getting your nails done. I went to go try to get my nails done, and like every salon is like a 1-person show. It is not a big 20-person show in Croatia, at least where I live. Like, I went into like 7 different nail salons, and every single one was like a singular girl with a desk. Like, you have to make appointments like months in advance. Like, hairstylists too. Like, my partner and I are actively looking for hairstylists, and it's kind of hard to find. Like, I don't understand the quality here. Like, I don't know what's a good one versus not a good one. So I'm learning, but I'm going to find it. Okay. I'm going to find it. Chess said, is it because it's a smaller country? Definitely. It's not a capitalistic country in the same way. It's not actively like, maybe I don't live in the capital. So that's why, I don't live in the capital. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But, it's not like I live in the woods, So I'm just trying to say that I can empathize as somebody who has hesitated to have anyone touch her hair. Okay. And this girl doesn't even have curly hair. She has wavy hair at most. Okay. But I feel for her. I really do. Like, I see the vision. I see what she wanted. I wish I could have, I wish she had gone to Jessie. That's a joke. She couldn't, you know what I'm saying? But like, there is somebody out there who could have done her hair the way she wanted and or told her that it was impossible. Fun story. Okay, I went through a phase. Don't argue with me. Listen. Don't listen. I don't want to hear anybody judge me for this. Listen. Do you remember? Okay. Listen, I went through a stage, okay? Do you remember when Kat Von D had blonde hair? Do you remember that stage? Okay, once in my life did I ever want platinum blonde hair, and it was because of Kat Von D. Okay, once in my life. So I had green hair. I had very green hair. I went to the hairstylist, two guys who I assume were gay guys because they were flaming. And I said, okay, girls, I want platinum bleach hair. They looked at me and went, no. And I was like, no. And they're like, your hair will fall out. I was like, my hair will fall out? They're like, let's do a tester. They did a tester on my hair. And they were like, and I was like, okay, point prove it. I will believe. See, that's them caring. I think a shit hairstylist would have done it. I think a piece of shit hairstylist would have said like, okay. But they didn't. And they were a very expensive salon. They were very expensive. Okay, very expensive. They're like, nah, our reputation. That's the thing. They care about their reputation. These girls who say they care, I don't know. They're mean. I don't think they care. These ladies who are being really mean to this girl on the internet, you must not care about your reputation. Because if you cared, you would make sure every client left bragging about your hair. Girl, she was unhappy. That's it. That's it. It wasn't what she asked for. It wasn't what she asked for. It was a subpar Temu version of what she asked for. That's not what she asked for. And if you couldn't give it to her, you should have told her. You should have told her. Okay? I think this is why I say, okay, I'm going to say this one more time. This is why I say there is a difference between people who are hairstylists and people who have their license. You might be a better hairstylist without a license even. I'm sorry, but having a license just like isn't enough. Okay? It's just like not enough. I need you to really care about your job. And this goes with any job. Daycare, working with children, being a teacher. Just because you have a degree does not mean you're good at your job. Okay? I really would like a world where people were more honest about like whether or not they really gave a fuck. Okay? Because Jesus Christ, same goes for therapists and doctors and everything else. Anyways, shout out to this girl. I'm so sorry you went through this because honestly, devastating. And you know what? I watch a lot of TikToks of hairstyle. I am on hairstyle TikTok, okay? I live on hairstyle TikTok. And the before and afters, you know, I'm just telling you right now, like there are people who care. There are people who are trying. There are people who are working on it. And I just, you know, if the world would be such a better place, just morally and ethically, if we gave a fuck about the work that we did, and if we wanted to make sure that like everyone was really happy after they left, even if they couldn't attain exactly what they wanted. Like I couldn't get bleach blonde hair, but I was so happy after I left that salon because now I really trusted them to do my hair. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even get what I wanted and I felt so happy because I felt really cared for. I felt really seen. You know? I think that's what it is. It's like, I can tell you're not just trying to take my money. And I think that's it right there. Because damn, you know, just, I don't know. The attitude was so mean. For what reason? Like, for what reason, bro? And I get it. She's crying on the internet, but she's not dragging you. I didn't hear her name in that video. She didn't put you on blast. She just wants to feel cute, bro. Especially, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to point this out because maybe it wasn't even bothering her, but she's kind of a chubby girl in a fat phobic world. And she probably felt like, I already, you know what I'm saying? And then I just wanted this very conventional haircut that every Mormon white girl has. And God forbid the girl wants to look like a cheerleader and you can't even give that to her. And it probably reinforces belief she has about being a little chubby girl in a skinny, fatphobic world. And just like, there's so many layers to this. You know, let the girl feel cute. You know, I feel like if you leave a salon, you should feel cute. Okay? And after you go home, you should feel cute. And the next day, you should feel cute. You should feel refreshed. Okay? I don't know. And her coming to the internet is just like a seeking validation. You know what I mean? Like she's just seeking validation for her hurt feelings. You know what it would have been? Oh my God, great business move. Whoever's going to do it. Hey, I work at a salon and I absolutely see exactly what you want. Come to my salon, girl. I'll give you a hairstyle for free. We'll do a TikTok and I will show you how to get the hair that you want. some hairstylist needs to come out the woodwork right now and give this girl a free hairstyle. Okay. Give this girl a free appointment. We will love you. We will all go to your hair salon. Okay. Somebody do this. Somebody come, I'm ready. Somebody do it. Ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Hold on. I was feeling really low. I was feeling like very Gimli just now. Do I look a little taller now? Okay. I was feeling very like in my chair. All right. Now. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right. Ready for the next video that I just. Okay. So Therapy Jeff, you guys know Therapy Jeff. Okay, I have a hate-love relationship with Therapy Jeff where sometimes he says stuff and I'm like, yes. And sometimes he says stuff and I'm like, huh? Why do men speak? Why do men even open their mouths? Why do they bother? Okay. He put out this video and I was just like, take this down, Jeff. Take it down. Even his comment section was like, okay, are you ready? Okay.
I'm very into my partner micro cheating on me, and I want to make a case for it and come up with a different name for it. First, what is micro cheating? I think there's actually two different kinds. There's the kind that comes with a little bit of deceit, like texting an ex and deleting the evidence, or saving a cute new friend under a fake name. And then there's the kind that's not shady at all. More like having an impromptu flirt with a barista, an innocent crush on a professor, or lingering on a video of a hot content creator. You know, like what you're currently doing here. Don't scroll away, babe. I think you're cute too. The deceit micro cheat sucks, and you should not do that. Case closed. That type should keep the name micro cheat because it's cheating. You just didn't finish, I guess. But the micro cheating that happens because you like hot people on Instagram or fantasize about someone else or just acknowledge that other people are attractive while you're in a relationship, that should be renamed flicker, as in your partner flickered on the new coworker, or you flickered on someone's vacation photos for maybe a beat too long, or your partner straight up told you they flickered on their spin instructor and you were like, that's pretty fucking hot, because to me, it is. I'm gonna trust that my partner knows when and where and how to flicker, and bonus points if they decide to tell me about it, because I'm not threatened. That's just how secure we are. And you know what would be really hot? If you went to a show, danced with someone real fine, had a huge flicker about it, and then brought that energy back to our bedroom. I get to experience it with you. That's not cheating, that's more like a gift. Micro cheating implies deceit and betrayal. Flickers are fun and normal, and in my opinion, or at least in my relationships, shouldn't be hidden and can actually make you feel more connected to your partner. Obviously, it is up to you whether you're comfortable with your partner telling you about their flickers, but I love that it stops making normal human attraction into a relationship crime. So I'm very into my partner.
So his comment section was like, what is this? Like, what's happening here? Like, are you just talking about an open relationship? Are you telling us you're open? Like, I don't like this. It says, personally, I can't get on board with that. Flicker over a famous person, not a coworker. It's not to say you can't recognize a person as attractive, but having a crush or liking others on IG and fantasizing with others and dancing with other women doesn't sit well with me. The idea that he says like, oh, you have a nice dance with a stranger and then come home and fuck your partner. Like, or is he saying like, guys, if you and your person go home and you have a fantasy about a real person, like my coworker comes up to you, they touch your breast, they kiss your neck, like isn't that weird to add somebody into your fantasy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you bringing a real person into your weird threesome dirty talk? Like, you know what I mean? Can you just make something up? Like, can you just make a person up? You know what I mean? Like, is he talking, like, he's pro crush? I'm not pro crush. Like, he thinks having a crush in a relationship is normal. I don't think that's healthy. It might be normal, but I don't think it's healthy. And I think crush defined by the way that I said it, right? A person you literally want who's unattainable. Maybe because they're married or you're married, or maybe because you're not in an open relationship. Like, I don't understand this experience. And maybe it's because, listen, even when I was poly for 10 years, I just genuinely really was focused on my relationships, my active relationships. And it does feel like sometimes people distract themselves with other human beings because they are neglecting their marriages. And I'm pro open relationship. I think you can be open and not neglect your relationship. But I really feel like we are playing mind games to jump through thousands of hoops just to say, I'm thinking about other people. Like, girl, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, why are you working so hard to talk about this? You know? And so I understand he did say micro cheating is bad, but flickering, by the way, flicker the bean. Like, what are we talking about? Clitoris is here? Like, no. Okay. So again, I understand. Okay. When I say someone is attractive, I mean that they're pretty. But when I say I'm attracted to someone, that is very different. And that is very rare. I am rarely attracted to people because genuinely with peace and love, I don't like most people. So, and you know what I mean? So I don't know. There's something here where I feel like, why are we playing all these mind games? Just what do you mean by attractive? Because like, obviously I can confidently say like, oh my God, that person is so pretty. Oh my God, that person is so pretty. And then my partner can be like, oh my God, they are so pretty. I'm like, oh my God, they're so pretty. And then we can sit there and be like, whoa, okay. And then we can even say like, I'm so confident that I can even be like, oh my God, like I am so ugly compared to them. And they're like, yeah, whoa. Like they won the genetic lottery. Like they won, like they are beautiful. None of us are attracted to that person. None of us are in active attraction to that person. None of that has to do with attraction. Do you know what I'm saying? That's secondary to finding someone beautiful. And also, why are you, again, I don't want you flirting with people. We're monogamous. And even poly, like, I don't want somebody who's a gambler. And this sounds like a gamble. I don't date gamblers. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it. You can do you. You get to decide in your relationship what works and what is cheating and what is not. But don't call it cheating. Just say in our relationship, we're actively allowed to flirt and bring it home. Okay. Okay. You know? Like, just say we can flirt. Why do you have to make a new name for it? Just say like, oh yeah, we flirt. And I'm like, okay. Now it made me realize watching this TikTok, when I say I flirt with my friends, just FYI, it's platonic flirting. Not flirting. None of it's real. It's for the love of the game. And it's barely ever happens, but it's for the love of the game. It's not, it's like chess. But like, I'm not actually flirting. None of it is literally, I'm not getting horny. Guys, I am not experiencing horniness. I am not turned on. Yeah, it's a form of banter. Exactly, chat. I'm realizing like these people, when they say they're flirting, I think they're getting horny. I'm not getting horny. Are you getting horny? That's where I think that's where the difference is. Like, oh, I am no horny. Like, no horny. Yeah, it's an intellectual stimulation. Exactly. So I'm like, again, when I was courting my partner and we were flirting, you know, that's different. You know, I was attracted to them. Then I get it because I'm attracted to them. We're flirting. We're sending spicy messaging. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's different. But like, that's what I mean. Like, is that not different? Are we not doing different things with different people? Like, are we not doing? I just feel like, are you giving that amount of energy to everybody you meet? I'm only giving it to people I'm into, like attracted to. I'm not giving it to everybody I flirt with. You know what I'm saying? Are you giving people that, like, yeah. Yeah, Chad says they can't separate having a vibe with someone and flirting sexually. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, I think that's why I realize there's so much miscommunication in the world as well, which is not a big deal. You know, it is what it is. People misunderstand stuff. But yeah, like this is why you really got to know, like, are we on the same page? Are we in the same category of person? Because this is not what I'm doing. Like, none of this is real. One of my girlfriends was hanging out with like a big queer group. And she was flirting with one of the guys who's like pansexual, bisexual, whatever. And she thought they were queer flirting, like for funsies. And he thought they were real flirting. And then he went in for a kiss and she was like, she's like, whoa, wait, hold on. Wait, I thought we were fun flirting. He was like, He was like, oh, I thought we were real flirting. And I was like, damn, can we not read the room? And here I am, autistic as fuck. I feel like, am I not reading the room? So again, maybe that's a big part of it. Is like, maybe none of us are reading the room. Because holy fuck. I feel that like, uh-oh, wait a second. You know? That says, are we confusing flirting with foreplay? Ooh. Oh, someone's locked in today. Hold on, girl. Let's re-listen to this because great point. Hold on.
Partner micro cheating on me, and I want to make a case for it and come up with a different name for it. First, what is micro cheating? I think there's actually two different kinds. There's the kind that comes with a little bit of deceit, like texting an ex and deleting the evidence, or saving a cute new friend under a fake name. And then there's the kind that's not shady at all. More like having an impromptu flirt with a barista, an innocent crush on a professor, or lingering on a video.
Pause. You can't have an innocent crush on a professor. Just like a professor can have an innocent crush on a student. You are too prejudiced and biased. You will act differently towards them. This bullshit that people have where they're like, I don't act differently towards people I have a sexual arousal for. Okay. Prove it. Because statistics show otherwise. Like, maybe, I agree, some people, but most people, oh, you're special? Like, yes, I think some of us, but not really. Okay, I'll admit it. If I like you, you're going to know. I'm going to let you know very quickly. I do not keep that shit private. I let you know almost right away. I'm into you, yes or no. And the moment I get rejected, I move on. Okay, but I'm not going to play. So absolutely not. If you're a professor with a crush on a student, you know what I mean? Like, okay, are you doing, what are you even doing to make sure you're not accidentally, okay? Because people can read that shit. People think they're so good at it, but why do you think we're all talking about you? Your body language is different. Your voice is different. Your tonality is different. Like the way you're even walking into class is different. What do you mean? You know, people think they're better at it than they are. I'm not saying you can't. I do think people can. I just don't think most people can. Okay, let's go back to Jeff.
A hot content creator, you know, like what you're currently doing here. Don't scroll.
Jeff, please, gross. He should have left this part out. As a therapist, he should have left that part out. You're a therapist. I think it would be, you're not a sexual object to me. You're not even an option. You're a professional. That's what you are. So you're supposed to be an educator. I don't want to look at you like a sexual, you know what I mean? And by the way, I don't even look at YouTubers as sexual objects because they're not. They're people working. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to.
Hey, babe, I think you're cute too. The deceit microcheat sucks, and you should not do that. Case closed. That type should keep the name microcheat because it's cheating. You just didn't finish, I guess, but the microcheating that happens because you like hot people on Instagram or fantasize about someone else or just acknowledge that other people are attractive while you're in a relationship, that should be renamed flicker, as in your partner flickered on the new coworker, or you flickered on someone's vacation photos for maybe a beat too long, or your partner straight up told you they flickered on their spin instructor and you were like, that's pretty fucking hot, because to me, it is.
How uncomfortable though to be like a yoga instructor or a spin instructor and realizing like your clients, like I get it, this isn't Sex in the City, bro. You're not Samantha talking about fucking in middle of class. If you've seen the episode, you know, right? But like, I don't like it. I don't want to know. I would not want to teach a yoga class if all the women were like, oh yeah, baby, I'm thinking about Britney's flicker. Like, girl, like, don't let me know. I don't even want to know you're looking at me while I'm doing my stretches. You know what I mean? I don't even want to know.
I'm going to trust that my partner knows when and where and how to flicker. And bonus points if they decide to tell me about it because I'm not threatened. That's just how secure we are. And you know what would be really hot? If you went to a show, danced with someone real fine, had a huge flicker about it, and then brought that energy.
Okay, you went to a show, danced with somebody, got really fucking horny, came home and fucked your wife. Jeff is just telling us his secret, like, kinks, right? Like, Jeff is just sharing his kinks with us, right? Thank you for letting us know, Jeff. TMI. You know what I mean? Like, I did not need to know this. You know what I mean? Like, listen.
Back to our bedroom. I get to experience it with you. That's not cheating. That's more like a gift. Micro cheating.
A gift? A gift? A gift. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, a gift? Is it a gift? Now, listen. Let's challenge ourselves today. I had a woman say, okay, how about this? How do you guys feel if your partner's watching porn, they're getting really into it, and then they come and they're like, you want to have sex? And you're like, oh, how do you feel about that? Because for some people, they've told me it feels the same. It's gross. For me personally, I'm okay with it because it's not the same to me. Like, people in porn are working. My partner isn't very into the porn star. I'm not into the porn star. It's within context so much more appropriate to me because it's like, oh, I'm using this tool that it was made for to get horny. And now that I'm horny, I'd rather come inside you than in my hand. Like, yeah, that makes sense to me. Like that math makes sense to my brain. But if my partner was like, I was at the grocery store flirting with the butcher and I was so turned on, I wanted to come home and fuck you, I'd be like, pause. Wait, what's the connection here? You know what I mean? I'm like, what is the connection here? You know, I don't get it. But like, if this is your relationship, okay, like, look, people are into all kinds of things. People are into all kinds of kinks. I think as I get older, I really like pay attention to like how people are utilized in my sexual relationships, right? Like, I don't know. I just weird that it took a real person. You're dancing with a real person and then you got horny off that person and then came home and just like the math is, my brain doesn't like it personally. Okay. It's just weird. Chad said, would you mind if your partner went to that porn convention where you get to have a meet and greet with the stars? Okay. This is a layered question. First, I would go to a porn convention. 2, I don't date fanboys. I don't date fangirls. We are not fans in this household. We're grown-ups. No offense. I'm not going to date somebody who's going to freak out over meeting another adult person. We do not do collectibles. We do not exist for us personally. I don't want to date somebody who acts like a fucking fool in front of another adult human being. So if he was like, let's go to this porn convention so I can buy Belle Delphine's bathwater, girl, we're getting divorced. Okay? No one's going to buy nothing. Okay? So, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Like, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to go to the convention to see the behind the scenes and to meet the people who make the work and to support sex workers, then let's go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to date somebody. I don't want to be with somebody because I'm not this person. I don't want to be with somebody who sends sex workers messages like, your tits are so beautiful and perky and your vagina makes me horny. Like, I would be mortified. Like, guys, with peace and love, I don't think you should be sending people those messages. I think unless you are paying a sex phone worker, unless you are paying somebody to exchange those messages with, you can't just be DMing people those messages. No. Like, I need to see your DM history. How old, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't be with somebody who sends dick pics to people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would be mortified to be with a grown-up who sends dick pics to people. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, I can't be with somebody who's like that kind of person. Those kinds of people make a lot of people money because those people have no discipline and they lack values, which is why they are willing to give money and be inappropriate. They're also the most annoying clientele a lot of the time. Like, the most annoying people in my OF DMs are people who literally send me dick pics unsolicited. Like, don't send me those. I don't want to see them. Like, you make me not want to post my work. Like, they don't understand that, like, we don't like them. You know what I mean? So there's this issue. So yeah, would I care if my partner went to a porn convention as long as they were there for adult, reasonable reasons? It's like, it's that example. You know, okay, when I was younger, I would meet couples who were like, oh yeah, I think it's so fucking hot when people want to fuck my wife. And I'm like, okay, listen, literally gross, figuratively, sure. A fantasy, I'm into all fantasies. If you want to have a fantasy, girl, that means not based on reality, I'm into. Okay? I'm into. If it's based in real life, I think that's sick, bro. I think that's fucking sick. I do. I think it's gross. And I learned that after doing kink for 10 years and being with people, I'm into the fantasy. I don't want it to be real. I don't want it to be real. I actually do not want to live in a world where my partner's like, I want to tie you down and have people fuck you, like 100 strange dicks fucking you. Like, okay, do we mean this in a fantasy land? Or do we mean this in like a real, like, because like, you know what I mean? Like in a real, like you want to really do this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, pause. I don't want to do this. So like the fantasy is a thought. It's like writing a fanfic or like a fictional story. Writing words is not the same thing as doing things. People try to do them. They try to make them real. And I'm like, that's the difference. So I feel like Jeff made the mistake of sharing an inside thought out loud with us. Like, Jeff, we did not need to know this. Like, he's trying to make up this new thing and trying to do this. Like, Jeff, we did not need to know this about you. Okay? We did not need to know this. Like, hello? This isn't some revolutionary, like, sexual liberation thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's trying to make Flickr a thing, but Fetch is never going to be a thing. Okay? Flickr is never going to be a thing. And that's just what it is. You know, so again, if he had the fantasy, if it was personal between him and his partner, none of my business. But see how he made it my business and now I have to talk about it? Yeah, Chet said, I mean, goodness, the awful stories we heard yesterday about men drugging their wives could also be a kink done with consenting adults. But it's then people are out here violating their loved ones. Listen, I dated a person once. We were all poly at the time. So they were married and then they had a boyfriend. And their boyfriend liked to experiment with drugs, and one of their ways of doing BDSM. So I always did sober BDSM. Okay. That was a big rule for me. Everyone had to be sober. My partner at the time that I was dating, they always thought that was a really weird rule because they're like, well, why don't we get high and do stuff? I was like, sober. We're doing it sober. Too many dangerous things could happen. We're doing it sober. And we had really good, a positive relationship. It was all about consent. But one of the things that they would consent to is they would let their partner give them pills and they would take it. And the experience was, I don't know what's going to happen. I personally, and they knew, they and I differed on this. I said, for me, it's too much of a risk. I accept that you do this in your relationship, but I certainly would not recommend this to people, nor would I promote it as like, again, if you are adults in a room in privacy and I don't know what's happening, okay, but if kids hear this, if people hear this, like, I don't think this is one of those kinks we need to be promoting. And that's why I always went to sober dungeons. It's why I always played sober with people. I do not like the amount of things that could go wrong in a situation where, like, you know, I get it, but you know what I'm saying? And also, like, do you have emergency calls? Do you have people waiting for you by the phone? Do you have people you're going to call after? Like, there's just like a lot of layers to this that just isn't my thing. I get it. You know, maybe it's like, oh, here, drink this pineapple juice, but it's like laced with THC and it's like you're going to get high. And like, I get it. Like, okay, I knew this one girl. This girl, oh my God. Okay, so I'm at the BDSM. We knew each other through BDSM. We're at one of our meetups, just like a munch or whatever. And we're sitting there at the bar, and it's a pizzeria bar. And we're sitting there, and she was like, oh my God, Brittany, I just had the most amazing weekend. I was like, what happened? She goes, I went home with this couple I just met. And I was like, okay. She goes, they tied me up and took me home. And I was like, you went inside of a car with a couple who tied you up? And I was like, dude, who are these people? She goes, I don't know. I just met them. And I was like, girly. I was like, hey, I don't mean to be like such a Debbie Downer because you're really excited to tell me this story, but like, is this like the risk profile we want to play with? Like, are you sure? And like, I was like, well, you know, do you have like an emergency call and stuff? And again, I don't want to shit on people. Like, I don't want to shit on people. Okay. But like, maybe not. Like, maybe not. Okay. And then again, I think that's the other problem of it is like, I think a lot of people want to explore the fantasy, but the due diligence is too much work and they think it kills the fantasy. I promise you it doesn't. You negotiate one day and you do the surprise on the second. It's like if you do a kidnap scene, okay? You negotiate everything, you put in all of the safety measures, and then you do the kidnap scene. You do not do the kidnap scene and then talk about safety, okay? Like, I'm all about playing pretend, but how pretend is it if I don't know you, we are strangers, I get into your car and you tie me up? Where is the pretend part? Isn't it just actually happening now? How do I know you're going to untie me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's only a fantasy if I know you're going to untie me. So anyways, I'm glad she did. Chad says, I'm glad she lived to tell you. She did live to tell me, thank God. And as far as I know, she's thriving, beautiful, fabulous. Okay. But to this day scares me. Okay. To this day scares me. Okay. To this day scares me. So again, when we have these conversations, I know, and I don't want to always sound like a Debbie Downer because I want you guys to have so much fun. I just think like you can have so much fun after you negotiate and put in safe words. I promise. I promise. I've done so many kinky things in my life, so many kinky things, and they're only made better knowing it's safe. Okay? I've been tied up. I've been flogged. I've had needles put inside of me. I don't know, been peed on. I've sucked toes. I've had threesomes and foursomes. I've been held down and forced to give oral consensually. Okay. I've had all kinds of interesting things happen. Okay, girl, I've done all kinds of things. I promise you, you can do them safely. Okay. Listen, I've done all kinds of things. Name it, I've done it. Just kidding. I haven't really done everything. You know, there's a lot I haven't done. Okay. But okay. I don't know why Jeff made me watch this video, but there you go. That's my criticism of Jeff. Okay, girl, come on now. Again, I am not here to kink shame. I genuinely think you can have kinks that are safe, but you got to do your due diligence. Okay, you got to really talk about it. Right. All right, let's take a 2-minute break, reset, because we're going to get into the long haul of the stream. Actually, wait. No, let me do one more short story and then we'll take a break and then we'll get into the long stream because it's going to be long after we're done. Okay. Hold on. One more short story. So to kind of get us ready and to end this week, especially yesterday's stream, talking about the way girls are raised or femme people are raised or female at birth are raised. I saw this clip from a TV show and it gave me another like, okay, watch this scene.
Of your time.
No.
Are you? Might I have a moment of your time?
No.
Are you getting rid of your flowers?
Yep.
But they're beautiful.
You want to earn some money?
Yeah.
I'll give you a nickel for every one of these you dig up.
Deal. Hey, Dad, where you been?
What happened to you?
I was digging for Mr. Dickens. I'm a really good digger. I made $2.45 today. I made you some cookies.
Well, I'm not buying.
But they're free.
Nothing is ever free in this life, young lady. Come back here, little girl. What's your name?
Callie.
You should know better than to give a diabetic a full plate of cookies. Unless, of course, you wanted to eat one with me.
So, what do you do all day?
I'm retired. Police work.
Was this your police dog?
No, that's just old Red. My daughter named him.
Did she ever come and visit?
No, he's serving time.
So she works at the zoo? I bet you miss her.
You know something? I don't even remember.
Well, you should call her, because I bet she misses you too.
Pause. Okay, do you know where I'm going with this? I was raised with this fantasy. This narrative that a girl can soften a grumpy man's heart, that women are meant to soften a man. And it starts with little girls being trained. Guys, I have a soft spot for grumpy men. And I was like, yeah, this soft spot has absolutely ruined my life. Let me tell you, every man I've ever been nice to, it's because this is how I was raised. Every boy that I see that is struggling, I was like, the soft spot in me. And that has been trained into me since I was young. I saw this and I was like, oh, fuck, this was my childhood. Yeah, like every time. That's why when boys are like, girls just don't care about us. It's because we do this and then you don't figure it out, right? So, okay. That is something I want you to keep in mind. Like, we are always deconstructing our childhoods, always introspecting, extrospecting, and always coming to new realizations. Just even for myself, always I will be like, oh, there it is. There's my childhood. Okay, now rework it. Because I always wonder, like, what makes me so empathetic? What gives me such a soft spot for angry men? Damn, there it is. There it is. And like, that is the shit. That is the shit that puts women in dangerous situations, puts girlfriends in bad situations, makes sisters stay with their brothers, makes daughters take care of their fathers. Is like, they get to be grumpy. They get to feel, lash out, be angry. And then we're the ones who are supposed to be like, oh, you're so cute. Oh my God, you're so cute. You know what I mean? So just, okay, if that helps you. It really helped me. I was like, there it is. There it is. Yeah, Chad said, is it the I can fix him trope? No, it's the I can melt his heart trope. I can soften him up trope. I can make him feel seen and vulnerable trope. If I'm just sweet and unbothered by his attitude, then I can get him to be sweet and vulnerable. It's not even about fixing him, right? I think it's connected, but I think more than I can fix him, because the girl who has to play this role is usually dominant. She's usually my trope. The I can fix him girls are, I think, a little bit different of a trope, but you know, they're a little different. Just as Hell's Moving Castle. I don't know. Sophie's character is maybe she's more I can love him like no one else. I understand him more than anyone else trope, which is also different, right? I can melt away his stubbornness is different than I can save him, is different than I know him better than anyone else, but I think they can all overlap sometimes. You know, I think they can, there's something related for sure. But see, I'm nothing like Sophie, but there's a part of my brain that has I understand him better than anyone else. I have that, right? But it's a little, there's something, it's a little bit different in how it manifests, but I think it can be similar for sure. I think it's definitely related. And sometimes I think it can even maybe be the same thing. I think it just depends, you know? Yeah, Luke from Gilmore Girls. I'm searching for a brain for grumpy man characters. Luke from Gilmore Girls, I mean, who wasn't into him growing up? You know what I mean? Like, he has that thing. He's like kind of rustic, but he has his little what is it? Like a cafe, right? That's him. And he's like kind of like a regular guy, you know, but he's kind of hot. But he's also like not a snobby guy. He's kind of like one of the boys, but he's also not like, you know what I mean? There's something about him that feels like, oh, he's a real guy. Like, he's down to earth. He's the guy next door, but like masculine, you know, something like that, you know. But ultimately, I think all of these things are just, you know, we have to keep working on our childhoods because these boys also were formed by them, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, these boys are also just as formed as us girls, and we just have to all come together and say, okay, what's happening? Why are we doing this? That's why I say read a statistic and change your life, girl. Read a statistic and change your life about like, oh shit, you know? Just as why was Zuko my first crush? Listen. Or is this why Zuko was my first crush? Listen, Zuko. Okay, I get it. Did I ever have a crush on Zuko? Honestly, no, I'm worse. I kind of have a thing for Azula. I think I'm worse. Honestly, Azula does something for me. I'm like, listen. I just love a girl who's good at shit. Like, she's so good at everything that I'm like, step on me, mommy. Step on me, mommy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I get it. You know? Listen, okay, I like Ty Lee and May. I like the three girls the best. Ty Lee, May, I love May's grumpiness. I'm so into. Shikamaru from Naruto 2, what a drag. I'm like, ugh, marry me. Like, I love May's attitude. She's such a bummer about everything, and I don't know why I think it's so funny. Okay, I love Ty Lee. She's like that. Oh my God, we'd be such a fairy lesbian couple together. And Azula, we'd be a power couple. So if I married Azula, power couple. Ty Lee, fairy in the mountains couple. And then May, we'd be like, ugh, what a drag. Like, I do. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is, you know? Zuko is cutie. I see him. I get it. Maybe there was a time, but like really, realistically, like, less my type, but I think I would have eaten him up at or a similar trope at some point in my life for sure. He's a little too, you know what it is? I'm not into the Zuko that first appears on the show, like young Zuko or Zuko with the ponytail, not my type. He's just angry and has bad fashion. I'm not into it. Okay, but Zuko, who eventually gets this haircut, definitely more into like this Zuko. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, girl, get a job, girl. This Zuko must more attractive, but he is not this Zuko. He's not this angry. Yeah, healing Zuko is much better. Okay. Now Uncle Iroh. Okay. First of all, Uncle Iroh, day one, every day, all day, even when he's in the spirit world. Everybody knows this. Okay. Everybody knows Iroh a daddy. Okay. Avi. So that's what it is. And then honestly, like, there's a slight part of me that also likes Sokka, to be honest. There's something about Sokka that's really endearing. We actually just talked about this on the Discord because we're reviewing Avatar right now. We're going through all the episodes and talking about it in detail. And there is a reason Suki likes Sokka. There's something endearing about him. Like, he's a little goofy. He's kind of stupid. His misogyny is kind of silly because he obviously like can't keep up, but like also it's kind of funny. No spoilers for my girls who haven't seen Avatar yet. But yeah, like it's been an interesting rewatch for sure. Yeah, I can see how each of them, but at the end of the day, girl, you know, Toph all day, every day. Her ending up, well, okay, no spoilers. You know? So, you know, and obviously we age these characters up to our real ages and or down. We age ourselves down because they are children in the show. But, you know, if they were adults, which we're getting soon, we are getting a movie of them as adults. Let's go. You know, let's fucking go. Discord said I had a crush on Daria. Daria is a great example, you know. Yeah, who is the baddest? Suki. Suki, wife her up, girl. Wife Suki up. She's great. You know what I'm saying? Wife her up right now. You know? So anyways, all of this to say, you know, no, Chez's Patreon declining my cards don't work for Brittany is really annoying. I'm so sorry. I don't know why that is. You might want to, guys, message Patreon directly. They get back to you very soon and they're very helpful. So if there's any issues and you really want to be a part of the Patreon that way, like Patreon's really great. So like they've always answered my emails very quickly. Check them out. They should get back to you within a few days, if not sooner. You know? Okay, with that said, if you were raised this way, just remember we're always having realizations. Okay, you did message. Perfect. We're always having realizations about our life. You are never done introspecting, extrospecting. You're never done deconstructing. It's okay. It's normal. But remember, as much as you want to think like I'm making independent choices and I'm not influenced by the world, girl, you know, there is so much. Also, guys, hey, if you sign up on Patreon, use desktop and don't use Apple. iOS is charging you like 20% more to join my Patreon. FYI, iOS sucks. I don't know why you guys use Apple. With peace and love, respectfully. They charge you 20% more in the app, and I don't even get paid for it. It's delayed. I have money sitting in my Patreon wallet that I can't touch for over like 3 months or something because Apple needs to hold it. So if you guys want to save money, and I will get the money sooner, sign up on desktop. Don't go through the App Store. The App Store charges you for some reason, and I don't get it. So like, you know what I mean? I don't know why. Android girly all the way. All the way, girl. Never had Apple, okay? Actually, I did have an Apple Mac 20 years ago, probably. Okay, but just FYI, don't use the Apple Store. Don't use the apps. They really do charge you more. Patreon tried to put out a warning to people. I don't know if everyone saw it. You know? Yeah, Chad says Apple charges 30% of all transactions on iOS. There you go. Crazy. Yeah, same for YouTube Premium. You will pay more for YouTube Premium going through the same. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So just FYI, girls, Apple's fucking you over. Use desktop. My partner, because my partner's an Apple person. They were before I met them. It is what it is. And they were going to go sign up for YouTube Premium, and it was literally more expensive on the App Store than through desktop. And I was like, that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Yep. Okay, 2-minute break. Then we'll get into this court case, okay? We're going to continue. And guys, hey, just a preview. We're going to see the text messages between her and her coworker, the alleged affair that her husband decided to murder her over. We're going to see the text messages. So get ready, okay? I'll be back. 2 minutes. Here we go. Listen to some Elvin while I go away. Da-da-dum. Okay, pausing music. 1, 2, 3. All right. So continuing from yesterday, we are watching the trial of Ariel, who was a victim of an attempted murder by her husband, Geralt. Okay, this is Ariel. Ariel. And she is currently talking about the incident. We're about 46 minutes in. If you missed it, we did it yesterday. There's a video on my channel, of course. So far, she has told us the initial confrontation. They were on a hike in Hawaii where they live, and he attempted to throw her over the cliff. She was able to fight him off, dragged her body to the floor. He tried to stab her with a syringe. He's an anesthesiologist. She fought it off. Then he took a lava rock and bashed it into her head, which she showed the scar in court. So he would have, I think, been able to murder her had two people not come upon them. It's actually in this thumbnail here at the very top. You can see it moving. Those two women came across them fighting, and Ariel screamed for help and basically said, like, he's trying to kill me. The husband ran off for 8 to 9 hours before the cops finally caught up with him. His defense is claiming self-defense. His defense is claiming she had a sort of emotional affair with a coworker, even though there were no nudes exchanged, no sexting, nothing really inappropriate. We'll see those text messages here. We'll come to our own conclusions, of course. But basically, he's saying it was self-defense, that she wanted him dead, even though he's the one who asked her to take out a life insurance plan on her life, I think a month or two before the incident. Also, the cops, after the attack, after Ariel found, they confiscated a bag of syringes and medical supplies that were in the house. So obviously everything is looking like he did it. Okay. But with that said, let's watch the rest of her testimony. And then once he uploads his, we'll watch his. But as of last night, I couldn't find his yet because this is ongoing. This is literally happening now. So I'm assuming we'll eventually get him on the stand. Okay. So we'll watch that when it comes out. So let's go ahead and continue with her story. And for context, this is on 1.2 speed, which I think makes a difference, right? And so just keep that in mind.
Does your hair grow in the area where that scar is?
Same objection, Your Honor.
No, my hair does not grow there.
Ariel, on March 24, 2025, did you give the defendant permission to try and push you off the cliff?
No, I did not.
Did you give the defendant permission to try and inject you with a syringe?
No, I did not.
Did you give the defendant permission to hit you with that rock?
No, I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Good morning, Ms. Koenig.
Good morning.
My name is Tommy Otaki.
This is the husband's defense lawyer, as far as I know.
I'm Gerhard's attorney. I have some questions for you this morning, ma'am. If I ask a question that you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try my best to clarify it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want to begin a little bit with this issue of Mr. Jeffrey Miller. Mr. Miller was a co-worker of yours, yes?
That's right.
And was he a senior vice president at the company that you worked for?
Not at the time, no.
At the time, what was his position? And when at the time, I mean in November or December of 2024. What was his position at TerraPower at the time?
A director, senior director, something like that.
Senior director. Okay. Now, you understood Mr. Miller was also married, yes?
Yes.
You were married at the time, yes?
That's right.
You indicated under oath today that after the discovery of these communications with you and Mr. Miller, you and Gerhard would refer what had happened between the two of you. You would refer to it as an emotional affair, correct?
That's right.
All right. In fact, there were times in communications where he referred to it as a secret affair, yes?
When you say he, you mean Gerhard?
Yes.
I don't recall, but potentially.
Okay, we'll come back to that. And in fact, in the counseling sessions that you guys had, it was whatever was going on with Mr. Miller was referred to as emotional infidelity at times, yes?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. Now, emotional affair, secret affair, emotional infidelity. When you were interviewed by the detective in this case following this incident we're all talking about, you were asked by the detective about your relationship with Mr. Miller, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you understood that he was investigating this case and he expected you to be honest and truthful, correct?
That's right.
And he asked you whether or not you had an affair with Mr. Miller, and your response to the detective was no, that you didn't have an affair, correct?
Based on...
My question, ma'am, was your answer to his question, when he asked you a very specific question, did you have an affair, your answer with Mr. Miller, your answer was no, correct?
That's correct.
You described it to the detective simply as some flirty text messages with a coworker, correct?
That's what it was, sir.
That's what it was, according to you, right?
That's right.
So now they're trying to paint her as a whore. They're trying to paint her as a liar. They're trying to paint her as a woman who's manipulative. And this is the dilemma. Because they're trying to ruin her character, they're trying to paint it as like this great full-blown affair. When we'll see, we'll look at the text messages, we'll come to that conclusion. And again, I would like to know what happened before this, and I almost guarantee you the husband is cheating. Because his reaction to the cheating was to call her a bitch and a whore, which came out yesterday, versus I'm so hurt, this is devastating. His reaction was to attack her after he snuck into her phone and looked for those messages. Again, okay, it's difficult to talk about healthy relationships when the man tried to murder her. Just a reminder, you cannot murder people that cheat on you, even if it's abusive. You cannot murder your partners or anybody. You can't murder people, guys, okay? So it's very hard to have an honest conversation about people's characters when one of the people tried to murder the other person. So just remember, okay? They're trying to paint her in such a bad light compared to a man who tried to kill her. She sent a flirty text message. He tried to kill her. They are not comparable.
Now, after the discovery of these messages and what was going on with you and Mr. Miller, there were times when you and Gerhard would communicate about the situation by text messages between the two of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't it true that on December 9th, 2024, Gerhard sent you a text that said, you engaged and continued an elaborate secret affair instead of coming to me asking to work on our relationship. You remember him sending that text?
I'm sorry, objection hearsay.
It's impeachment, Your Honor. She said there was no affair. I can
Oh, okay, so now they're going to talk and we can't hear it. I'm going to forward it. Okay. It's silent. That's Gerald. That's him. Okay, that's the husband. They're trying to paint it like she, like she cheated or whatever. Like there was this whole thing. I need to see those messages. Because again, if she had confided the same amount of information into anybody else, like what was it? Like, this is why I say be very careful about the words you use, because was she having an affair or did she flirt with a coworker? Because these are kind of two different things. Did she cheat or was she having an affair? An affair is a very specific word. It means a very specific thing. And I don't even think flirting constitutes as an affair. It can't constitute as cheating. I could see that. I can see how flirting is an affair. Okay, it's still muted. Let's see. And also, like I said, and like Chad is saying, it doesn't matter. You cannot murder cheaters, okay? It's abuse in a lot of situations. I'm not convinced it is in this situation. I'm not sure what's happening. But you cannot murder people who cheat on you, okay? This isn't a Carrie Underwood song.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that in a text message on December 9th when Gerhard texted you and accused you of engaging in a secret affair, your response to that text was, if anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. That was what you responded. That was your response to him confronting you and saying you engaged in a secret affair. You said, I learned how stupid it was and I know how to make sure it doesn't happen again, correct?
It felt like an affair to Gerhard, and that's how we were treating it in our marriage.
This is important because, guys, in people's marriages, some people consider it cheating to look at porn. But if she does not agree that it is cheating, then it's really difficult to be in a relationship with people who think differently than you. Think of a Trump voter dating a Democrat, right? How it's like the pro-lifer, think of a pro-lifer dating a pro-choicer. That's a better example. The pro-lifer will be like, you murdered our child. And she'll be like, I did not murder our child. I had an abortion. But for the sake of appeasing the pro-lifer, she'll say like, okay, yes, I ended the life of our child, because she's trying to meet him with his language. And then they're like, oh, so you agree you killed the child. No, she doesn't agree she killed a child. But when you're talking in private text messages to your partner, you might use their language. You know what I mean? So we don't even know if she agrees it was an affair. It's saying she doesn't. She's saying it was his word. He used it. She agreed to use it for his sake. Okay? So pay attention to how they're trying to spin this. Okay?
Ma'am, can you listen to my question?
Sure.
Okay. My question is about the text message. Isn't it true in a text message, I'm not asking you why you said what you said, in a text message, when Gerhard accused you of engaging and continuing an elaborate secret affair, your response was, if anything, I learned how stupid it was this time and know how to make sure it doesn't happen again. My only question is, do you recall sending that response to him when he accused you of being in a secret affair?
Yes.
You didn't say to him, it was just flirty text messages, don't worry. You said it was stupid of me, it won't happen again, correct?
Because when I did that, we would start to argue. So you're right.
And when you said in your text message, it won't, I know how to make sure it doesn't happen again, that was in reference to the elaborate secret affair that he was referencing, yes?
Elaborate secret affair.
To breaking his trust, yes.
Dramatic. Okay, yeah, to breaking his trust, which is fair. Again, you know how adamantly I think cheating is abuse. And I will say, when you're facing the man who tried to kill you, I hardly think this is the time to focus on the affair. The man tried to kill her. Do you know what I'm saying? This story would have been very different had he not tried to kill her.
Another thing that happened after the discovery of your relationship with Mr. Miller, another thing that happened is, as you talked today about working through this in January and February. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And another thing that happened to help you guys work through this is you guys started listening to audio self-help books. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
One of the audio books that you purchased and listened to was entitled How to Help Your Spouse Heal from Your Affair. You remember purchasing and listening to that audiobook?
I do remember that, yes.
You took the time to purchase it and listen to it, and that was the title of it, How to Help My Spouse Heal from My Affair, as in your affair, correct?
Okay, but when I read a book called How to Become a Millionaire, it also doesn't mean I'm a millionaire. You know what I mean? Like, I get what he's doing. Just a reminder, his client tried to murder her. And the only reason he didn't get away with it is because 2 women came across them on the hike. The only reason his client didn't kill this woman he's berating is because 2 other women came across him and stopped him on time. That's the only reason this lawyer gets to absolutely just be in the presence of this very strong woman. It's because his client didn't get away with it.
That's correct.
Leading up to December 2024, ma'am, prior to the discovery of your communications with Mr. Miller, you were trying to hide the extent of your relationship with Mr. Miller from your husband, correct?
That's right.
To conceal the substance of your communications and the extent of your relationship with Mr. Miller from your husband leading up to December 2024, you were purposefully deleting your messages to and from Mr. Miller on your phone, correct?
I was deleting messages on my phone, that's correct.
Yeah, so Gerhard wouldn't see them, right?
That's right.
And by the way, you work with Mr. Miller, correct?
That's right.
You guys have work emails that you can email each other on, yes?
Yes, sir.
He had a work phone, yes?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a work phone?
No.
Okay, but you had text messaging on your phone. You could text him on his work phone about work things, yes? Through text messaging, yes?
That's an option for sure, yes.
Yeah, and emailing about work things on a work email, that was an option, right?
Yes.
But you chose to communicate with Mr. Miller, this other married man, on WhatsApp, correct?
I use WhatsApp for work for other things too, yes.
Oh, P.S. Chet said, why are they focusing on the affair? When I first looked up this story on the internet, the titles of the videos were like, woman has affair, man tries to kill her. They are doing everything they can, including the people titling these videos, to make her look like a whore. Because misogyny and patriarchy is so rampant that if they can paint this woman as a whore, then the comment sections that are saying she deserved it, that she ruined his family, like, people in the comment sections are literally like, so she tried to ruin his whole family. You guys think she's the victim? They used to stone women for death for affairs. So don't get it. They still do. Women get stoned today for having affairs. That's what I'm saying. You can't kill people for cheating. You can't kill people for being abusive. You can't kill people. Okay? You guys gotta stop thinking violence is the answer.
That wasn't my question.
Yes, I talked to him on WhatsApp, sir.
There were times leading up to and into early December 2024 where you and Mr. Miller would message each other very frequently.
That's what I'm saying, guys. There are men out there that when they get cheated on, they want to kill women for it. Like, you dirty bitch. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you betrayed or ruined our family. Guys, I understand you're angry, but like wanting to kill your spouse for cheating is absolutely crazy. It is not justified. That is way too angry. We get it. It's horrible. Also, Jesus Christ. That's why I say, like, some abuse, not all abuse is the same reaction. Abuse is abuse, but the reaction must be reasonable. You can't kill people for having affairs. You get divorced, you co-parent with your kids, you talk about, yes, this was deceiving and abusive and horrible, and it's very painful. Talk to your therapist about it. But you cannot become a murderer. Now these kids, their father is a murderer. Like, how am I supposed to look at my father, whose side I would have been like, oh my God, like, my mom cheated on my dad. It was so horrible for them. But also, okay, and I guarantee you this man is cheated. His reaction is so unreasonably proportional. It's so crazy. It's not proportional. This man either cheated, that's why he went through her phone. Something is going on. Because with peace and love, as somebody who's been cheated on, never in my life did I think about hurting anybody because of it. I just thought, man, that really sucks. I can't believe you did this. Like, I'm so hurt. But what does me being hurt with you having an affair, which actually was an affair, you know what I mean? Like a physical, long-term deception affair. Even when I asked, like, hey, something seems wrong. Are you okay? And my partner at the time was like, yeah, everything's fine. I'm like, are you sure? Are you okay? Things seem off. And then I found out he finally confessed that he was having an affair. My first thought was, damn, I'm so sad. It was not to call him names. It was not to think he was evil. Okay. It was not to kill him. So just a reminder, it is abuse. It is horrible. And also, we need to stop thinking that in any way he was justified in taking it out on this woman.
About personal things not related to work, correct?
Oh, and apparently Chess says, I get the impression the kids were old enough to be teenagers. So she says they have young kids together. From the comment sections, apparently his stepson or his son, her stepson, I think there's a third child we're going to see. We're going to get all the details. I think he's the one that claims his father confessed to the murder, attempted murder, right? So I'm not sure yet. We're going to learn because I am curious.
Yes, sir.
Some days, all day long, back and forth all day long, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Your Honor to take judicial notice that December 1st, 2024 was a Sunday, and I believe we have a calendar here somewhere. May I approach, Your Honor? This is from
or the witness?
Excuse me?
The bench or the witness?
You, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ideally, to show you the calendar.
Hold up.
December 1st, 2024.
Mr. Carter, any objections? None at this time. Okay. So the court will judicially notice that December 1st, 2024 was a Sunday.
Okay. December 1st, 2024 was a Sunday, not a work day, correct?
Sure.
I'm going to show you now.
Okay, hold on. Let me just get you guys some facts here so we can be on the same page. This is according to People magazine so far, just People. It says 36, Ariel, 36, survived a March 24 attack from her 46-year-old husband. He tried to push her off a cliff. It says when Honolulu police say the hike ended, Ariel sustaining critical injuries, Gerald making a FaceTime call covered in blood, allegedly telling his son, he tried to kill her. Their vacation had begun seemingly on a celebratory note. I think he has a son, right? Let's see if I click this. Does it take me to a story about who his son is? Maybe not. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to figure out, like, why is it his son? Oh my God, these ads are crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why his son admitted to trying to kill her. Oh, okay, there we go. Covered in blood when he allegedly called his son, who was from a previous relationship, on FaceTime. I tried to kill Ari, but she got away. There it is. Okay, so he has a son from a previous marriage, and then they have, I believe, 2 kids who are small together. Okay, does that help clear that up just so we're on the same page?
It's been marked as D123. D123. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand this to you. I'm going to ask you to just thumb through it. I'm going to ask you if that appears to be...
Okay, Chet says in the paragraph above, it actually said adult son as well. So, oh, they have an adult son? They said adult son. Oh, they said adult son. Okay, perfect. There you go.
communications between you and Mr. Miller, not just on December.
And I do believe the son is going to testify. I think he is. So far, they've interviewed the people who found her, the police officers, the doctors who treated her. And then I assume in the next few days, we'll probably maybe see the wife or see the son or see him, right?
Of course, 2023, but on multiple days.
Okay, let's see what this is. Maybe the text messages.
Will you please repeat your question?
Just that appears to be messages between you and Mr. Miller back during that time period, yes?
Yes, it does.
All right. May I hand that back to you, please? Your Honor, I move to admit the exhibit.
Okay, they're going to show us text messages.
123.
Mr. Gordon.
Can I put it on the exhibit?
You may.
Mr. Koenig, I'm going to hand you back what's been marked as D123.
Thank you.
Take a look through, and are there any redactions to that exhibit?
Yes,
Did you place those redactions yourself?
I did not.
Do you know what has been redacted?
I do not.
Give me a moment.
That's how you guys gave it to us.
Okay. No objection then.
Are you aware that when the prosecutors pulled this from the computer, that's the redactions they provided to us with?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you still want to proffer it or no?
Yeah, I'd like to admit it in evidence.
Do you have further foundation like?
Well, I mean, I think the question is
No objection.
no objection.
No follow-up then, right?
Not foundationally.
Okay. Then what has been marked for identification as exhibit D123 is received in evidence.
Thank
I don't mean to be this person, but does this lawyer seem like a bad lawyer? Like the defense lawyer? I feel like that maybe he's nervous because it's like being recorded and now we're all going to view it. Maybe I mean, there must be a lot of pressure, but like also like, is he kind of a bad lawyer?
you. May I approach and retrieve it?
Yes, you may.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, Brandon.
And Mr. Dirks, if you can please go to 12-1. First of all, this goes on for pages and pages and pages, correct?
Yes, it's over months.
Excuse me?
It looks like it's over months, but yes.
But this is all between you and Mr. Miller, correct?
Yeah,
Your co-worker, right?
that's right.
Okay. Let's go to 12.
I wish I could see it better. You are outside this chat, encryption. That's interesting. I've not noticed that. Good idea. That's called copying other people's marketing. You already leading. Let's see. I tried. Let's see if it gets clear and I can read it better. Gotta be careful with who I use that emoji with. LOL. Let's see.
1, please. Mr. Dirks, let me know when we're there. I think it's the bottom of 1908.
Let's see. Okay. What the fuck, Jesus? What are we doing in this call? No idea. Breakfast. Dog's breakfast. Had a good chat with Drew today at GM. Catch you later. They want to have a meeting about our requirements. That's good. Okay. So it's literally like, okay, good morning. Sounds good. I hope you're getting some good sleep. I haven't slept a ton. Ton over the break. Okay, this is the most small talk stuff I've seen so far. Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Can we blow up the bottom section, please? Okay. Is it possible to make it bigger?
Not really.
Shucks. Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to read this to you, and can you see it on the screen there?
May I
Yes.
have a copy?
Oh, sure.
So, thank you. Okay, good morning. Sounds good. I hope you're getting some good sleep. Whoa.
Probably a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll turn to 1908. Thank you. At the bottom.
Just working on my pause button for this call. Okay, this is basically none of this yet is flirting. I'm waiting for the flirt.
Okay, so the day starts off on this Sunday.
Okay, let's
Mr.
see.
Miller texts you, and you know, there's timestamps on here, but this was the timestamps of the WhatsApp. I'm imagining he wasn't texting at 3:23 a.m. Is that right?
I wouldn't think so. yes.
Okay. But in any event, he starts on this Sunday, and he starts off, he says, good morning, sounds good. I hope you're getting some good sleep. I've slept a ton over the break, which has been, and we'll go to the next page. Is it possible to blow out half the page?
Yeah, let's see.
It may not be seeable, but we'll try. Which has been nice. And then you respond and you say good morning, correct?
That's correct.
So this is in the morning on a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It goes on, this is nice, always good to get caught up on sleep. And you say, up now, just put a fresh batch of yogurt in the fridge with some kind of, can you zoom in on that emoji, possibly?
Oh God, the emoji? Oh no, the emoji? Are they serious right now? Are you wasting my time? Are you wasting my time right now? Her husband tried to kill her 3 different ways. And the only reason she's not dead is because 2 women came across the murder scene. Are you wasting my time with this fucking emoji right now, girl?
So tell me.
Guys, the official affair emoji right here. This, if I was Ariel, I'd be so angry. This is so upsetting. What a waste of fucking time.
Him in the morning about the fresh batch of yogurt in the fridge and with this emoji, whatever that emoji is, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, it goes on throughout the day. We don't
I need to read that, girl. Don't try to be like, we're not going to read it all. Oh, I'm going to read it.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. I got you. Okay. Ariel, good morning. Ariel. I say Ariel, sorry. This is nice. Always good to get caught up on sleep. Ariel, up now. Just put a fresh batch of yogurt in the fridge. Emoji. Jeff, it's been good. By the way, do you listen at all to the Blues Traveler? Just wondering. Ariel, I've heard some stuff for sure. Do you? Ariel, I guess you do. Ha, you sent me Hook to check out at least. Ariel, what are you up to today? Jeff, thanks for the reminder. I spam you so much, it's hard to keep track. Smile emoji. Jeff, in the Japanese store, now for sticky rice, beans, and other stuff. Jeff, Skins game, of course. I don't know what that means. What about you? Oh, Skins game, that's sports. Okay, what about you? Ariel, that's cool. I guess we will watch some football here too, probably. G is on a call. That's her husband. I'm planning to decorate the tree with the kids, I assume. Jeff, gotcha. We might put on some stuff later. Kind of disgusting now. Jeff said, back home. Just starting to watch some football. Ariel, we have the Steelers game on too. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you wasting my absolute fucking time with this as evidence? He tried to kill her. Please tell me. It better get worse than this. I better see some fucking something. This is just 2 people talking. This is literally how friends talk. Is this some misogyny shit about men and women being friends or something? This is so fucking upsetting. This woman survived a murder attempt by her fucking husband. And this is the 2, you know what I'm saying? This is it. You better have some more receipts.
Fridge with some kind of, can you zoom in on that emoji, possibly?
Oh, yes, the emoji. Okay, I'm going to forward a bit because we've seen this.
Yogurt in the fridge. And
guys, please pay attention to this emoji. Apparently, it's very important.
6:42 a.m. on 12/1.
Oh, my God. I'm so fucking upset.
You indicate to him that, I guess we will watch some football here too, probably. G is on call. I'm planning to decorate the tree with the kids. And he says, Mr. Miller says, gotcha, correct?
Yes.
So on a Sunday, you're telling him what you guys are doing. You're going to decorate with the kids with the trees, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it goes on throughout the day.
He says, okay, let's see. Was chaos with the little guys just chuckling ornaments? I can imagine, Jeff says, our kids were the same. Just leave anytime alone. Just can't leave anything alone. Jeff says, we haven't done anything. Would be after the game. Jeff says, but we would need to order lights we discovered just now. Ariel says, haha, well, at least you're early in the season for realizing that. Ariel says, things have been taking ages to get here. Ariel says, we are on point where they play. We are at the point where they play together, which is cool, but they're also bickering more, which is making me nuts. This is parents talking. This is just like, look, this is called talking. This is congratulations, everybody. A conversation is happening. It's just 2 parents talking about their kids right now. Okay. And then, okay, peacekeeping, tough duty for sure. Jeff says, yep, good thing. We throw a bunch of lights for sure. Jeff says, can't find them regardless. So pretty sure tossed them last year. Looks like Pittsburgh is winning. Whoa. Amazing.
And you guys are going back and forth about what's going on and watching football and decorating the tree and things like that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of the page there, you guys are talking about the football game. Looks like Pittsburgh is winning. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then let's go to the next page.
Okay, let's see.
Because continues on the 1st. And
Okay, so I hope you're having a fun, nice. Okay, so then sounds good. We'll let you know if you get anything. It's fun to know. Pick lights. Okay, I hope you're having a nice morning, Jeff says. Ariel says, good so far, just hanging around the house. Now listen, we don't know the intentions of these people. We don't know if Jeff is thinking small talk will lead to something more. We don't know if Ariel's just like being polite. We don't know. Sure, this is how a normal conversation happens between anybody, and maybe it becomes something, maybe it doesn't. But this is, as of right now, just how people have conversations, guys. And like Chad is pointing out, I understand that heterosexuals are suffering, and God forbid a man and a woman talk to each other. But just so you know, if you read the text messages between me and my friends, you would think we were all sleeping together. And none of that is happening. So again, is she just confiding in a friend and it's getting a little flirty, or are they getting flirty? They're not even flirty yet, for the record. This is the most small talk I've ever seen. Okay. But again, none of this justifies him trying to murder her in 3 different ways. Okay. He tried to kill her. Are these the messages he saw and called her a whore and a bitch for? Because I better see something more. And even then, you can't call someone a whore and a bitch. You can't. You can't become a misogynist. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's the problem, girls. Philosophy stuff. Okay. You can't throw racist slurs at your partner because they cheated on you. You can't throw misogynistic slurs at your partner because they cheated on you. You can't pull a racist because it's a bad person. I know we've been talking about this a lot lately, but you can't do it. You can't become a misogynist because it's a bad person. It's a reflection of your character. Do you know what I'm saying? Like him calling her a bitch and a whore. Like, do you know what I'm saying? By the way, no sex messages were, no pictures were exchanged, no physical contact ever happened. So, okay. Absolutely not. Let's see what happens.
More communication. 11, 13, 29. If we can zoom in on that, Mr. Dirks. Okay. He says, checks back in. I hope you're having a nice morning. So good so far. That's what you guys are saying all throughout Sunday, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Then let's go down to 3:28:55. If we can zoom blow.
Okay, let me see. Pizza. They're literally talking about pizza wings. Okay, hold on. Just to make sure there's nothing spicy here. Just finished dinner, pizza wings and red wine, making sure cake eats. Of course, guessing that was a lie. That was what the lie was about. Funny emoji face. Jeff goes, nope, not at all. Just as much easier to discuss. Plus, I'm looking forward to chatting at some point anyway. Smiley face. Okay, hold on. What's this lie about? Let me see. I'm not sure what that is about. She said, same, most deaf. Oh, what boomers. Good night. Chat tomorrow. Good night. Looking forward to it. Good morning. Sounds good. Bummer that break is over. Okay, close friends can talk this often. Like, my bestie and I message like every day, right? So like, some people I message every day. You know, maybe it's a meme, maybe it's something else. This is friendly, okay? It can be normal. It can be the beginning of an affair, for sure. I think what you need to sit down and talk to your partner about is like, is this appropriate? Is this how I talk to my friends? Am I treating Jeff differently than I would treat my other friends? Then we can have that conversation. Jeff should say to himself, am I treating Ariel different than I treat my other friends? Like, this can either be the most normal thing, or this can be something that's out of character for the both of them. I don't know these people. They would have to be the ones who would have to have this conversation. And though I can agree that this might be the beginning of something inappropriate, you also need to have a conversation. You know what I mean? And once again, none of this justifies a murder attempt, okay? Let's see. Okay, so good morning. Sounds good. Bummer that break is over. I didn't do too much work at all. But ready for the grind, Jeff says. Jeff says, anyways, the grind date came to mind when I mentioned the grind. I don't know what that means. Wow, should have refreshed on that song before I hit send. Jeff says, apologies. Something is redacted. Jeff says, here's one Hawaiian guy I listened to. Got him from my dentist in Tokyo. I think maybe in 2014 or so. Maybe Honolulu. And there's another dude from my dentist. Ariel says, thanks. Good morning. He says, good morning. She says, how was your day? Sorry, G is on vacay all week. So lots of, I think, halu today and tomorrow. I don't know what that means. He said, hey, I'm just sorry I've been jumped. I'm sorry I've been jammed, sorry. And I had no space. And then it goes to the next page. So let's see what the lawyer says.
That up. Mr. Dirks, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, says, He says, I'm making sure Kay eats OFC, guessing that's what the lie was about. Mr. Miller says, nope, REK, not at all, just much easier to discuss. And then he says, plus I'm looking forward to chatting at some point anyway. And can we blow up that emoji, please? Okay. And then your response back, if we could blow that up, was now in the PM, good night, looking forward to it. And then the next morning it starts again, good morning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take that down. Now, so all throughout the Sunday, you and this married man were texting back and forth about what you guys were doing. Good morning, and then good night, and then good morning again the next day, yes?
That's right.
And then a lot of the messages that you were having with him, you deleted, right?
I did delete a lot of messages. That's correct.
Okay. So we can't see those messages, the ones you deleted, correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever heard of the word, and I may not be pronouncing it correct. Actually, have you ever heard of the word HELEU? How do you say HELEU?
HALEU.
HALEU. What is, in your line of work, what is HALEU?
HALEU is high assay, low enriched uranium. It's like a range of enrichment for uranium-235 that would be used as nuclear fuel for advanced reactors.
Okay. I have no idea what you just said, but
I
it
don't
says
know.
New York,
Okay, girl.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this communications with Mr. Miller, you and Mr. Miller would use the word HALEU in your personal messages to one another as code to let the other person know when your respective spouses were around, correct?
It was for Gerhard specifically, but yes, that's correct.
Ooh, it was for Geralt. Oh, I keep calling him Geralt, like from Witcher. Hold on. Geralt G. I'm calling him G. It was for G specifically? Interesting.
It was for Gerhard specifically,
Gerhard.
meaning you would tell Mr. Miller, I got HALEU today, can't talk. And that was your way of communicating to him, hey, I'm around Gerhard today, yes?
That's correct.
During this time period, leading up to December 2024, you and Mr. Miller would share photos of yourselves, both from the past and the present, and also during certain activities that you were engaged in, yes?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, may I approach with D-124?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you D-124. If you can look through that, and I'm going to ask you again if that looks to you to be messages between you and Mr. Miller and also photos that you guys would send to each other. And let me know when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that appears to be fair and accurate depictions of messages you guys would send to each other, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Your Honor, move to admit D-124.
No objection. Will be marked for identification as Exhibit D-124 is received into evidence.
Can we please publish and start on page P2250? Okay. Let's blow up that picture at the top there, please. You want a copy? I'll give you.
Yes, please, sir.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like this one?
Oh, yeah, I'll take this out. Thank you.
One of my two BFFs, this was in Vegas. He lives in Buffalo. Just seeing this stuff pops up, so I thought I would share. Okay, cool.
Okay, so this is a picture Mr. Miller sent to you. One of my two BFFs, this was in Vegas. And then you looks like you attached a heart emoji to it, yes?
That's a
Yes, the normal heart emoji. That means I liked it, which I also sent to my mother-in-law, my father, my friends, everybody, because it's a heart emoji.
reaction, yes.
Excuse me?
It's like a reaction on the message. It's not attached. It's just like acknowledge.
Got it. A heart emoji reaction.
Correct.
Got it.
This is so boomer, bro. This is the most boomer lawyer I've ever seen. Like, this is, I don't even know who doesn't know a heart emoji is just liking a photo. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Let's go to the next page, please. We publish that. And let's pull up the one with the dog in it.
Whoa. Oh my God, is he making a
Mr.
kissy
Miller sends you
face?
this.
Me and my brother's family dog. Holy shit. Girl. Discord says, girl, we're all fucking in the server if that's evidence. Bro, apparently we're all in like an affair together. This is, can we please get Gen Z lawyers on? We need Gen Z lawyers. No more boomer lawyers. You're not allowed to be a lawyer. Gen Z only. What?
With a picture of his dog, yes?
It says my brother's family's dog, but yes, a dog.
A picture of a dog, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. It's his brother's dog, right?
That's what he says, yes.
It's not his dog. He's sending a picture of his brother's dog, right?
Okay.
According to the messages.
And is he making a kissing face at you, or?
It's just a duck face. It's just a duck. Girl, we need, oh, this is very hard to watch.
You don't know?
I don't know what.
Okay. Let's go to.
By the way, do you see the manipulation from the husband? Because I'm sure it's got to get worse than this, right? This cannot be the only evidence. I'm assuming they must have said something. You know, there must be more than this. Please tell me there's more than this, right? But you see how she was willing to take on the burden of calling it an emotional affair just to appease her husband's outrage, who he called her a bitch and a whore when he saw these messages. A bitch and a whore? Like, okay, I'm monogamous. If I found out my partner was talking to somebody like this, okay, first of all, pause. I think we do talk to all of our friends like this. That's the problem. The heterosexuals are really suffering out here. I'm pretty sure this is how we talk to all of our friends because it's just normal. This is how I talk to my mother-in-law, actually. This is like, do you know what I'm saying? I don't even know how. I can't even take malicious intent from these text messages because I think this is pretty much how I sound talking to everybody I talk to. So I don't even know what did he read? I need to know what it read. You know, and I am not saying that Jeff wasn't crushing on Ariel or Ariel wasn't crushing on him. I'm saying that they didn't have some thoughts, but the thoughts, you know, especially, again, we're not justifying it. We're explaining that, like, this is why you need to have open conversations with your spouses. It's why we all need to talk about friendships. It's also why when you're struggling in your marriage, you need to tell people. But so far, she hasn't complained about her spouse, except to say that we need a safe word because my spouse overreacts. So is that because he's violent? Like, because when I was in a toxic relationship, I had code words with my girlfriends. When I was in a toxic relationship, I'd be like, he's in the room. He's like, I'd be like this. If I confided more details into my girlfriends that I'm seeing in these text messages. But of course, in toxic relationships, you have code words because, you know what I'm saying? Or like people would walk into the room and it'd be like, you know, don't talk about it anymore. So I'm just struggling right now with what they're trying to say about these text messages. But again, he tried to murder her. So just a reminder, he tried to murder her. I need to keep saying that because I think people are going to forget, you know?
Page 2253. This is from October. Can we blow up the beaches on the top, please? You sent him photos of, this is you sending him photos of beaches, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
All right. One second.
And by the way, if you want to be in a relationship where you agree this is cheating, one, I would need to sit you down and have a serious conversation with you. But two, the only relationships I know where you can't have opposite sex friends in any capacity are like really religious ones. And I'm not a fan of those patriarchal religions. So you make your choices. But again, like, I don't think that's okay. Like, again, my relationship with my partner, I always said I have friends of all genders. My partner has friends of all genders. We are in a queer relationship. So everything we do is like based off of that. There's no such thing as boyfriends or girlfriends or, oh, this is a guy friend. You can't have a guy friend. Our relationship does not do that. You know what I'm saying? Look, if my partner also wants to look at my phone, they don't have to ask. All electronics in this house are all of ours, right? Like, yes, it's his computer and this is my computer. But if I need to hop on his computer for something, he's not going to be like, why are you on my computer? He's just be like, oh, is your computer broken? You know what I mean? The fact that she can't get in, doesn't have the passwords for his computer, the fact that he had to go looking through her phone in secret versus just saying like, you know what I'm saying? Like we're open because we're not hiding anything. And two, you know, if she is hiding something and she feels like she's in danger, there's a conversation to be had about that. Why do you feel in danger in your relationship where you have to hide your messages from your husband? Are you okay? Are you safe? Which is very different than I need to hide messages from my partner because I'm doing something that I know is bad, which are two different things. Feeling unsafe and needing to hide it because of consequences is different than I'm doing something very bad. And they're trying to paint it like she did something very bad and she knew it was very bad and she's so evil and that's why he went crazy and had to kill her. And I'm saying, no, that is not the context of these text messages, right?
Now, while we're here, why don't we go to...
Now, these are very suggestive. Whoa. A cloud with, you know, clouds in the sky, a blue sky, a beach. Guys, everybody knows I'm being so sarcastic right now that these are affair photos. Can you please stop wasting my time? What a waste of my time.
Page 2256, while we have this up. Can you blow up that thing on the top that says HMA VPN service, Mr. Darks? Thank you. So, in November of 2024, Mr. Miller sent you a link to something called HMA VPN service, total online privacy with HMA, correct?
Oh, it looks like a VPN, hide my ass. Okay, so in some sort of like hide what you're doing, okay?
That's correct.
And that is a website, if you look further down, apparently HMA stands for hide my ass, correct?
Correct.
www.hidemyass.com, yes?
That's correct.
And you understood that a VPN is an app that allows you to hide your internet activity from others, correct?
That's not my understanding of a VPN. This was sent to be able to watch football that was streamed locally.
Okay. VPN service, total online privacy.
This is, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me when Meta, Facebook, was in front of the Congress or whatever, or the Senate or whatever. And they kept asking them the most boomer questions. And Zuckerberg was like, well, this one, you got to get Gen Z in here. Gen Z's are like, oh my God, VPN, that's how I watch my Netflix. Like, we need a Gen Zer who's like, oh my God, girl, what'd you use it for? Like, we need you know what I'm saying? We need a Gen Zer in here who knows what's up.
Hide my ass. And he sent you that so you could watch football?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
This wasn't for work purposes, was it?
This is not for work purposes, you're correct.
TerraPower wouldn't use something called www.hidemyass.com, would they?
I would not.
It literally says VPN service. It literally says VPN service. It literally says VPN service right here. It literally says VPN service. It's a VPN.
Expect them to use that.
We all have a VPN.
That's correct.
One second, Your Honor. You also sent photos to Mr. Miller as well. And may I approach Your Honor with 183?
Yes.
Can I approach Your Honor? Bring a copy.
You know what he sounds like? He sounds like the people that are like, oh, you know, how do you watch your anime if you don't have Crunchyroll? It's like, okay, dude, you know what I mean? You know, you sound like one of those guys who's like, oh my God, are you like, if you were in One Piece, would you be a pirate? Yes, bitch. I don't know why you gotta be a goody two-shoes about it. Okay? You know what I mean? He sounds like that. He's like, oh, how are you watching anime if you don't have Crunchyroll? Look, buddy, okay? Yo ho, okay?
Trade you.
Okay, thank you. We'll trade.
Relax.
If you can look through this, and aside from the text written on the bottom, do the messages appear to be messages that you and Mr. Miller were sending to each other back during this time period?
Chad said, I feel like the lawyer is 100% on her side secretly because his arguments are dumb intentionally. Lawyers do that, by the way. They still get paid. Honestly, praise be if that's the case. Praise be if that's the case. Because honestly, what is this?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Your Honor, may we please admit Exhibit D183?
Mr. Varney. No objection. What is the mark for identification as Exhibit D183 as you see this evidence?
If we can Mr. Dirks, please publish the first page of this exhibit. Okay, can we blow up the picture? Just the picture? Well, actually, I take that back. Let's blow up the mess.
Holy shit. Is this lesbian porn? Oh my God. Did she send him lesbian porn? That's a joke. It's a picture with her and another woman. Right? Is that one of her? Is one of them her? I don't even know. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Is this lesbian porn? Bro, super nice to get girl time. She's so fun and so funny. Just got back to, wanted to find another bar or some wine, but everything is shut down. We are chilling. She fell asleep on the bed. Girl, get out of here, girl.
Okay. So you were on a trip. Who's the other lady in that photo, ma'am?
That's my best friend, Gianna.
Gianna. Okay, we'll talk about her a little later. But you were on a trip with her, correct?
Yes.
And you're texting Mr. Miller while was it just a girls' trip? Was Gerhard there?
It was the first night of a trip, so it was just the girls the first night.
Okay. And 9:47 p.m., you're texting Mr. Miller saying, we're still out, almost midnight, did an Irish car bomb, which was her first in my 1000s, but first in many years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
By the way, this is why I don't like the way people pay attention to like what time I post shit and stuff. Because guys, with peace and love, it's not an indication of anything. Because people will read into it like, why are you texting people at 3 a.m.? Girl, I'm sorry that you get a nice good night's of sleep and you don't have insomnia. But some of us are up at 3 a.m. You know, I had to get my mother-in-law's consent to text her at 3 a.m. in the morning because I was like, hey girl, sometimes I'm up at night. Is it okay if I text you? Will your phone go off? She's like, no girl, like text me whenever. My phone's off. It won't wake me up. I'm like, okay, cool. Do you know what I'm saying? This is why people try to twist things like, why are you texting people at midnight? I don't know, bitch, because I'm up. I'm up. You know what I mean? Like you're doing this weird thing where it's like, are you texting in the bathroom? Are you texting in the bathroom? You remember that episode of Love is Blind where he was accusing her of cheating because she took her phone into the bathroom? My partner and I, now we meme it. I'm like, going to the bathroom with my phone. I'm taking my phone. And that's the big meme. It's just me living I'm literally listening to finance shows while I'm on the toilet. God forbid a girl poop with some finance shows in the background. You know what I mean? God forbid. Okay? Listen, if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat. I don't need to listen. Cheaters are going to cheat. They will find a way. I'm not going to be this anxious, okay? I'm not going to check your messages. I'm not going to fucking follow you into the bathroom. Girl, if you're going to cheat, I'm going to find out. So you go ahead and have fun with that, but I will find out. And I'm not going to find out by being paranoid. Okay? I'm going to find out because eventually the truth always comes out.
And that's a text you sent to Mr. Miller when you're on this trip, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we blow up the photo? And then you sent him this photo of the two of you, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't send you sent this to him, not Gerhard, correct?
I don't recall what I sent to Gerhard at the time.
All right. Let's go to the next page, please. And let's blow that up. And is that you in the photo?
As a body language expert, I am now memeing because this is so ridiculous. If you look at the way that her shoulder is turned towards the camera and her smile is actually tilted slightly, it's actually an indication of, I want to have a full-blown affair with you, and I am certainly feeling very horny right now. I believe that's what that indicates, and as a professional body language expert, she's coming on to him. Oh yeah, that's what that is right there. This man, her husband tried to murder her. Her husband tried to murder her. Please, Lord Jesus Christ, you better have something up your sleeve. I better be so regretful of my memeings right now. You better have something so up your sleeve, like her and Jeff were trying to murder suicide the whole family. Because just a reminder, even if they had a full-blown affair, which she already said on oath that they did not have sex together, even if it was a full-blown affair, which she herself says they did not exchange sexual messages, even if they did, that does not mean she deserves to be murdered. So you better have a twist in these messages that her and Jeff were planning to kill all their kids and everyone in the family in order to be together in any way for me to even care. You know what I'm saying? Be so fucking for real right now. This is so fucking disgusting that this woman who almost got murdered by her husband has to sit here through these fucking boring ass text messages and act like anything was even more than what it was. Jesus Christ.
Yes, it is.
And you send that to Mr. Miller, yes?
Correct.
And what is it? What is pre-ICB? What is ICB?
From context, I assume that's Irish car bomb. It's the name of the shot.
What is Irish car bomb?
It's a drink, a shot.
Whoa.
And you sent this to Mr. Miller on the text, correct?
That's correct.
All right, we can take that down. I'll retrieve that from you now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we just went through all of that, and when the detective asked...
This is, by the way, can I just say, as a person who was in an abusive relationship, and my girlies will know, my girls, gays, theys, he, thems, they will know. Your abuser will make you take accountability for something because you're actually trying to make amends. Yes, I had an emotional affair, if that's what you want to call it. I'm so sorry I hurt you. And you will guilt yourself. You'll be like, I can't believe I did this. But they actually do not care. This is not about repairing the relationship. This is about them shaming and twisting it. So now, after he tries to kill you, you get this. A lawyer literally saying like, is this your affair? Is this your dirty, slutty affair? And you have to sit there and be like, okay, hold on. I texted a guy about football. You know, I called it an affair because I thought that would help repair my relationship. And they're like, so you did have an affair. And it's like, well, hold on. And this is why I say I might have been toxic, but girls, I was never abusive. I might have been toxic and I stopped that pattern, but don't let anyone ever tell you, so you were toxic. So you were just like him. Girl. I don't care if this is some level of toxic on her end. This is not the same thing. They are not analogous. They are not the same thing. And this is what abusers do. This is what the world does. They act like it's the same fucking thing. It is not the same fucking thing. They are completely different things. It is literally so different.
You about it. You say no affair, just flirty text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, now, it's true, ma'am, that Gerhard took it pretty hard when he found these messages, yes?
He was upset, yes.
Yeah, and he took...
That's it? Oh my God, wait, pause. I'm going to re-listen to it so I make sure that I hold myself accountable and listen correctly. Hold on. Rewinding.
It's true, ma'am, that Gerhard took it pretty hard when he found these messages, yes?
He was upset, yes.
Yeah, and he took... well, he could...
Is he saying that's it? Please tell me you are not telling me that's it. Hold on, let me scroll. Let me pre-scroll on the screen. I'm not seeing anything. Are you guys seeing more text messages? I'm not seeing more messages. The misogyny. The absolute patriarchy of it all. I will be angry for her because I know she can't be angry for herself. I am so angry for her. Oh, the way I'm going to donate to a women's battered shelter after this. Oh, the way I'm going to donate. I am so angry for her. I am so angry. Does she have a GoFundMe? The way I'm about to fund this GoFundMe. Ooh, I'm so angry. This better not be it. This is it. Please, this is the message that made him call her a bitch and a whore. These messages. Remember, we are angry for her, okay? For the world, not at the world. Okay, we need to take this anger and donate. Take this anger and volunteer, okay? We're going to take our anger and help the community. That's what we're going to do after this, okay? Oh, I am so angry for victims. I am so angry for them right now. Oh, I cannot believe it. That's it. This man going to prison. This man better go to prison.
Confronted you when you were on a trip with your friends Gianna and Brian in San Luis Obispo, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And was that the trip that we were just talking about?
Yes.
So the day before Gerhard gets there on this couple's trip, that night before, you're sending photos of yourself and your friend to Mr. Miller, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Did he have a code word for you that he would tell you when his wife was around?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Now,
I want to know how the wife feels about it. I want to know how Jeff's wife feels.
Gerhard confronts you on this trip in San Luis Obispo, and he had actually told Gianna and Brian about it before he confronted you, correct?
That's correct.
And that upset you, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you didn't want them to know, right?
Oh, I would have just preferred to be able to talk with him first. I told Gianna almost everything. I think I would have told her about it anyway, but...
You think you would have told her about it anyway? Had you told her about it prior to him confronting you?
I mean, had he confronted me, I would have told Gianna that we were working through that. There wasn't, in my mind,
A second ago, you just said you were a little upset that he told Gianna, right?
He told them before telling me.
Right.
I'm sorry. Am I lost? Who's Gianna? The friend?
You think you would have told her about it before he confronted you, correct?
Hold on.
Did he have a code word for you that he would tell you when
Gianna's the wife.
his wife was around?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Now, Gerhard confronts
Wait,
you
is Gianna the best friend or the wife? Okay, let's re-listen.
on this trip in San Luis Obispo, and he had actually told Gianna and Brian about it before he confronted you,
Gianna and Brian. Okay, that's the friends?
correct?
That's correct.
And that upset you, correct?
Yes.
Oh, so he went right to the friends. Okay, so he went right to the friends to get them on their side about her affair, which wasn't even an affair. If those are all the text messages with peace and love, that is not an affair. Like, I don't know what an affair is in your relationship. You can make that decision. I am going to tell you that's what all my text messages to my friends sound like. So I must have been cheating the last 4 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand their relationship. I don't know what's happening. But, you know, again, I don't know what's going on. I need more details. Maybe I'm missing something.
Yes, you didn't want them to know, right?
Oh, I would have just preferred to be able to talk with him first. I tell Gianna almost everything. I think I would have told her about it anyway, but.
You think you would have told her about it anyway? Had you told her about it prior to him confronting you?
I mean, had he confronted me, I would have told Gianna that we were working through that. There wasn't, in my mind.
A second ago, you just said you were a little upset that he told Gianna, right?
He told them before telling me.
Right, and that upset you, right?
Oh, so he found the messages, talked to his friends before talking to her. Okay, but I'm just trying to understand the situation. If I saw those texts, so okay, in order for this to be cheating, they would have had to have agreed in their relationship to never have friends of the opposite sex? Because what did her and Jeff talk about that you wouldn't just talk about with all your friends? There has to be some established rule that I'm missing here. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Is there some rule where she can't have guy friends or something?
Yes, that felt unfair.
Now, Gianna and Bryant had actually been through something similar recently where Bryant supposedly had cheated. Oh, well, strike that question. Recently, Bryant had an affair on Gianna, correct? And they were working through that, yes?
They were working through marital problems.
Involving him in infidelity, right?
Oh my God, bro. If this man doesn't go to prison, I don't even know.
That's not my marriage. Doesn't feel like that should be my business.
I'm not asking if it was your business. I'm asking if they had talked, Gianna had shared that with you. You guys are best friends. You guys share everything.
Sure.
So is that what she
I
shared?
was aware they were working through marital troubles, and fidelity specifically was an issue.
And so it's true that you understood Gerhard was turning to them for advice on how to handle this, right?
In some cases, yes, I understood that.
Was he going for advice, or was he going to turn her friends against her quickly because he was waiting for something like this to happen to justify himself? Was he? Have your friends ever come to you with a thing? Okay, I had this happen once where a couple of friends of mine broke up, and I'm friends with both of them. And right away, he comes to me, okay? He's like, I'm so angry. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so angry for you. What happened? And I'm listening to him, and I'm very empathetic towards him. And then I get her side of it, and I'm like, oh my God, girl, why didn't you tell me this was happening? And then I go back to him. Anyways, we're not friends anymore. I don't talk to him. To be fair, I don't talk to either of them. Our friendships naturally came to an end. It was what it was. But at the time, I remember thinking like, uh-oh, I stopped talking to him like before she and I stopped talking, and then she and I stopped talking. You know what I mean? Because our friendship ended. But I stopped the friendship with him after, because at first when he called me, I was like, she did what? I can't believe it. Are you sure she did that? That's crazy. Why would she do that? Then I talked to her, and then I went back to him, and I was like, okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, sir. That's what I'm saying. He went right away and absolutely twisted the story. Okay, I can't get into it, of course, but like, what? Okay. And let me just tell you, that's what I think he did here. That's what I think this husband is doing here. He is going to the friends first so he can twist the story and put like, what's this called? Like, fuck up the well. I forget the original saying. Okay. And then taint the well, whatever. And then boom. This is so typical. This is so script by script. If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
After confronting you about it, as you indicated, you were immediately apologetic, yes?
That's right, sir.
And you were apologetic, and then you guys were going to try to work through this, correct?
That's correct, sir.
There were certain things he needed. I mean, isn't it true that he said he wanted you to quit your job?
He didn't ask me to quit my job, but he did talk about it for sure.
Ridiculous.
Okay. He did talk to you about quitting your job, correct?
Potentially, yes.
So he wanted to cut her off financially. He wanted her to quit her job and lose any independence and any way of getting away from him. See? What do you mean quit your job? What do you mean quit your job? Again, somebody full on cheated on me, and I never thought to themselves, quit your job. Never. Even though the person they had cheated on me with was in proximity to them because of their job. I never told them to quit their job. Why would I take away your livelihood? Why would I take away your livelihood, bro? Like, that makes no sense.
And he also demanded that you cease all contact with Mr. Miller in person, yes?
And by the way, you would think, this is what men will say on the internet. Oh, Brittany's been so impacted by her cheating scandal. It's so like awful for her. You would think if I was so impacted by it, then I would be on his side. But no, cheating, though a form of abuse, doesn't warrant murder. And also, I wouldn't constitute what she did as cheating. I don't even know how to constitute it. Because if he was just a girlfriend, then that's just normal conversation between girlfriends, having code, the partner's toxic, you kind of like, you know what I mean? There is nothing in those text messages that to me signal a true affair or even cheating, because they're just talking. So I'm going to need a lot more details for me to even think about it this way. So the lawyer doing this, like, how do you sleep at night, bro? How does this man go home and sleep at night trying to paint this woman who had a lava rock jammed into her head over and over again by the father of her children, the man who married her? How do you sit here and sleep at night? Talking about emojis and text messages about songs and bands you like. Go fuck yourself. Oh my God.
Yes. And in fact, you had a trip planned coming up to Seattle with Mr. Miller that you ended up canceling, yes?
He would have been there. There were several people from Terra Power there.
Okay, let me rephrase that. You were going to go on a
Yeah, you rephrase it, girl, because he's trying to paint it like they were trying to meet each other in secret. It was a work event.
work trip at which Mr. Miller was going to be at, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in fact, on that trip, you had changed your hotel to be in the same hotel as Mr. Miller, correct?
And several other Terra Power employees, yes, sir.
Yeah, don't try to twist it, bro. Don't try to twist it. It's like people act like people aren't homies at work. Like you act like people aren't comfortable at work and sleep in the same hotel rooms. I have friends right now that are going on work trips with their companies and they're sharing hotel rooms to save money. Don't act like this is weird.
Your job was, well, I'm going to get into it more in a second, but your job was pretty rare and unique, right? Like that you were in the nuclear energy field, correct?
I still am, yes, sir.
Yeah, but at the time, right, when he was talking to you about quitting and leaving it, right?
Yes.
You talked about his need for intimacy, both emotional and physical. You indicated that he wanted to have sex every other day, correct?
That's correct.
Gross. I think that's coerced sex. I said this yesterday. Him saying, now that you've had this quote affair, in my mind, I demand sex from you every other day, is disgusting. And I think it's coerced sex, and I would constitute it as rape. Her needing to put out to prove she still loves him is a coerced form of sexual intimacy that I think is rape.
And he also wanted you to be less, I guess, secretive or give up some privacy, and he wanted to see your emails and communications, correct?
He looked through my phone almost every day. Yes, sir.
And in fact, these were...
By the way, never did that. Even after I was cheated on, I never had that rule. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to become the person who had to look through your phone. I'm not doing that. If I have to look through your phone, this marriage is over. Listen, my partner and I both can look through each other's phones, but if I have to, the marriage is over. But if I go to reach for your phone and you go, oh, what do you want my phone for? Marriage is over. What do you mean, what do I want your phone for? Give it to me. You know what I mean? Like, this is, like I said, our phones, like my partner, if my partner was like, hey, my phone's dead, I'm going to grab your phone and take it to the grocery store, I'd be like, okay. I wouldn't even think about it. Like, I wouldn't even think about it. Because you know what I'm saying? What is he going to do? You know what I mean? So again, like, absolutely not. Like, you cannot, a healthy, trusted relationship, there is a difference between being able to go through and demanding that I go through every night. The marriage is over. You know what I mean?
Not just desires that were unique to him. You listen to audiobooks, like, for example, How to Help My Spouse Heal with My Affair, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that book, they recommend cutting off all contact with your affair partner.
This is like people who are like, you've read the Quran, right? So you're a Muslim? It's like, okay, I can read the Quran without being a Muslim. You read the Bible, so you're a Christian, right? It's like, bro, just because she read a book, probably at her husband's behest, he probably is the one who suggested it. And if not, look at her doing the due diligence over these text messages you just showed me. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, chat. She took so much of the responsibility. Look at all of the This is how I felt in my abusive relationship. This is so relatable because you are made to feel like you are the sole reason. You're like, oh my God, is it me? And then that's why you go to therapy. You realize like, holy shit, wait a second. Oh my God. This is why I say, guys, toxic relationships, they're not good for you. They could kill you. He attempted to murder her. He attempted to murder her. I cannot say it louder. I cannot say it enough. Do not get distracted by this fucking lawyer. This man tried to kill this woman. And he would have succeeded if people on a hike did not find her.
To my recollection, yes.
They recommend that you share passwords, share your whereabouts, share communications, because secrecy is what caused the damage, openness is what repairs it, right? You remember learning things like that in these books and counseling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what Gerhard was asking for, right? He wanted to see what you were, just see what you were messaging with others, right?
In some cases, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back to your career, ma'am. You mentioned him talking to you about quitting your job so that you wouldn't have contact with Mr. Miller anymore. You're a nuclear engineer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You graduated from and got your degree in nuclear engineering in what year?
2011.
And after 2011 till about 2022, you worked in this nuclear industry, yes?
I've been in the nuclear industry my entire career, yes.
I understand that. I understand. I'm just saying specifically for 11 years, from 2011 to 2022, you were in the nuclear industry, yes?
Yes, I don't understand the 2022 distinction. I apologize.
Well, I'm going to get to that. Didn't you quit your job in 2022?
I left Westinghouse in 2022, yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's the
Okay.
distinction I'm getting at.
Sure, thank you for clarifying.
So,
Appreciate it.
so in 2011, you enter into this industry and you start working at a company called Westinghouse, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you were into, is it called core design?
Yes, sir.
And what is core design?
Core design is figuring out how to load nuclear fuel assemblies into a reactor core in a way that meets the safety requirements and optimizes fuel efficiency.
Okay. And again, I'm not too sure what you said, but basically it's dealing with nuclear fuel, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were helping to do that at Westinghouse, correct?
That was one of the jobs I had at Westinghouse in that time.
Yeah. And you were trying to move up the corporate ladder, right? You're trying to advance in the industry, yes?
Yes, in general.
Yeah. And like, so for example, in 2018, you entered a MBA executive program to try and get your MBA because you thought that might help you move up in this field, correct?
It wasn't an executive MBA program. I was doing a part-time MBA after work. I'm only making that distinction because they're two different programs.
Okay, I thought that's what an executive MBA program is where you still work and do it at night. But maybe
They're
we're talking
separate
about
ones. There are separate things that's more focused and faster.
Understood. So it's more accurate to say you entered an MBA program that allowed you to work during the day and go to school at night.
That's correct, sir.
And the purpose was to try and get your degree advanced in the field, yes?
It was to develop in the role I was in. I was doing a more business-facing position at the time, and it was thought the MBA would help me develop those skills a little bit more.
Okay. And then after doing that, in 2022, you quit, right? I mean, I'm sorry, what's the wording you like to use? You left your job at Westinghouse.
I quit Westinghouse.
Okay.
That's
In
accurate.
2022, and part of that was, it was, you didn't feel it was the right fit, you're trying to move up, there wasn't opportunities, you thought it'd be best to just leave and focus on your kids, correct?
No, sir, I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Okay. But you end up leaving Westinghouse, yes?
I did leave Westinghouse, but for different reasons.
The way he asked a question, she said, no, I wouldn't categorize it this way. And he's like, he just moved forward. He's literally trying to, leading question, objection, leading question.
And when you left Westinghouse, there was it around shortly thereafter? Well, when you left Westinghouse, you didn't have another job lined up, correct?
I was in the late stages of another job that fell through, yes.
Okay, and then that job fell through, right?
Correct, yes.
And so when you left Westinghouse, it was after that this conversation, because at this time you guys were living in Pittsburgh, yes?
That's correct, sir.
And it was after that you guys decided maybe it'd be best to move, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you guys even looked at moving to Australia, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew that moving to Australia would make it hard for you to continue on in this nuclear energy field, yes?
I don't think the potential move to Australia was driving career decisions necessarily, but that would have been a complicating factor for sure.
Yeah, moving to Australia would have been a complicating factor, and you guys were considering it, right?
That's right. But they do have like uranium trading and things.
And then you guys end up settling on Maui, correct?
That's correct. On Hawaii at the time, yeah.
Hawaii and then Maui, yes?
Correct, sir.
And part of that, well, the timing of that, you mentioned your stepson Emil. That's Gerhard's son, yes?
He's my stepson, Gerhard's son from a previous marriage, yes.
Yeah, your stepson, his biological son, yes?
That's correct, sir.
And the timing of that, the reason you guys could move sooner than you had planned is because Emil was willing to move to Hawaii with his dad and you, correct?
Just to clarify, our original plan was to stay in Pittsburgh until Emil graduated high school.
Right.
And then he said he would be willing to move depending on where we went, and so we were able to move to Hawaii sooner. I just want to make sure we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we are.
Great.
We are. So in other words, Emil wanted to come with his dad and you, right?
Yes, he wanted to come with us.
So now, at some point, you get moved to Maui, and then this opportunity with TerraPower comes up, correct?
No, sir, I was employed by TerraPower when I lived in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
God, does he even know what he's doing? It feels like he doesn't even know the story, like he learned it yesterday or something. Does he even know the story? He's so wrong. I don't get it. Like, why doesn't he know his facts? I don't get it. He's like painting a story, and then she's like, no, that never happened, or no, it wasn't this way. And he just keeps going, okay, but like you did this, right? No. Where did, like, Chad said, I wonder if the husband gave the lawyer bad info. I wonder if the husband, what if the husband lied? Yeah, what if the lawyer's like, why am I looking so stupid? Like, he's probably like looking like at the husband like, the fuck? You gave me this information. Maybe that's what it is. Because I just don't get it.
After you quit the Westinghouse job, right?
Yes, I quit Westinghouse, and I was hired by a contract agency called System One, and on contract to TerraPower starting that September.
Okay, but But when you move to Maui, you're a contractor for TerraPower. You're not an actual employee of TerraPower, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in part because you weren't going to live in Seattle. You were going to live in
So like you're not employed by Amazon, you're a contract worker. Okay, bro, but I'm a contract worker for Amazon. I work at Amazon. You know what I mean? Like he's doing this like, but you're not a real employee. And I just like, okay.
Maui, yes?
In part, TerraPower has a distributed workforce, and so depending on the location, they would either be contract employees or they would be full-time employees. Is the word you mean for like working for TerraPower directly?
Right. And you were contract because you were going to live in Maui.
I was contract because I lived in Pittsburgh.
Okay, Chad, good point. Chad says, I can't believe this man who lied about his wife having an affair to justify killing her gave his lawyer bad information. Sarcasm. But yeah, you know what? You say it like that.
At the time, and then they kept me on contract when I moved to Maui.
Let me rephrase. You were on contract because you didn't live in Seattle, right?
Yes.
Okay. But TerraPower was designing new age nuclear power plants that use a new type of fuel, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And your role there or your job there was a project manager, is that right?
That's correct.
So now you are in a management position within this industry, yes?
Look at them zooming in on this fucker, on this loser. Ooh.
Project management.
Yeah, in the nuclear energy industry, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you had worked hard through 11 years to get to this point, and you thought it was a good opportunity, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we just talked about Gerhard, when he found out about this, talking to you about leaving so you wouldn't be around Mr. Miller, correct?
That came up, I recall one time that came up. That didn't seem like a key point of the discussion to me.
But you didn't want to quit your job at TerraPower?
That's correct. I did not want to quit my job. I like my job.
Do you now work directly for TerraPower?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so
Congratulations.
you're no longer
Congratulations, girly.
a contractor. You now have a direct job with TerraPower, yes?
That's correct, sir.
Let's
and what
go,
is your
queen.
job title now?
Product manager for Halo.
Product manager, and that's a step up from project manager, yes?
Not necessarily, and not a TerraPower.
Okay. But now you're a direct employee of TerraPower.
I am, yes, sir.
And to obtain that, have you committed to move to Seattle at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. But did they change their setup where now you cannot be there and be a full-time employee?
They did, and they have several arrangements with different personnel for that.
Okay. So you didn't want to quit your job. You're still at TerraPower to this day. Now as
Look how they're trying to moralize. Oh, you didn't quit your job, though. You didn't quit your job, though. Girl, why am I about to quit my job? Take away my income, my education, my hard work, because y'all can't read text messages, you fucking boomers. Why am I about to quit my fucking job to pay for my fucking kids because my stupid ass husband tried to kill me and is now going to prison? Who is going to pay my kids' bills? Why would she quit her job?
manager, yes?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you still travel for work and go to Seattle at times, yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point you mentioned engaging in counseling, yes? After the discovery of this communications
Counseling.
with
Man, I heard something so fucking different than counseling. He said counseling.
Miss Gerhardt's discovery of your communications with Mr. Miller, right? You guys started couples counseling, yes?
Yes, sir.
And as you indicated, the counseling wasn't just about the affair; it became about the relationship, and you mentioned, his need for intimacy. It was about the relationship, not just the issues with Mr. Miller, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you mentioned January into February, you felt you guys are making some progress, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
But the issue with Mr. Miller would still come up from time to time, yes?
Occasionally, I would say occasionally at that time. I have a hard time recalling that in February.
Okay. And this issue of the discovery of these things prior to December, generally you describe your marriage as a good marriage, right?
Yes, sir.
So now we're heading into March and going through counseling, trying to work through it.
So without getting too into it, there's a guy, okay, in my life, abusive guy, okay. He's abusing his wife. He's going to therapy with the wife. And I'm like, okay, but are you having alone time with a therapist? And she's like, no. And I'm like, you need to have alone time with a therapist. She goes, why? It's couples counseling. I was like, okay, you need to have your own time with a therapist. And you need to be transparent with the therapist about what's happening. Okay. They don't get why, because obviously he's trying to make sure that she never has time alone with the therapist. The sibling of the woman going to the same therapist, and the sibling is struggling with this man. brother-in-law. Sibling shows therapist all the text messages because they can't talk about each other, right? But the sibling of the girl, the woman, has text messages that the person sent, the man sent. And the therapist is like, I didn't know this was happening. They don't talk about this stuff in therapy. You know, like I can't tell you what they tell me in therapy, but like, this is new to me, basically. And it's this kind of situation where obviously the therapist can't tell what's going on between the clients. The marriage counselor thinks the couple's doing okay, but has problems. Then the sibling comes. It was such a mess. But it's one of the things that they also do is they go to therapy with you, okay? And they make you look like the crazy person. And then because you're a good person, here's the problem with being a good person. You really think you're the bad person. Good people think they're bad and bad people think they're good. Not always, just as a generalization though, in abusive cycles, this is the trauma. Good people are worried they're bad. And bad people just assume it, okay? It's the Trump of it all. You know, Trump never thinks he's bad. He never thinks about that. He just thinks he's a good person. He never even asks God for forgiveness. Ariel obviously is a good person. That's why she's like, man, am I a bad person for simply sending text messages to a coworker? And her husband's like, oh, I'm not a bad person, even though I tried to murder my wife. This man tried to murder his wife, and I guarantee you he thinks he's a good person. Oh, he better get on the stand because I need to hear this man talk. You know? Oh, yeah, I'm telling you.
And your birthday's coming up, yes?
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, the concept of going on a staycation to Oahu.
Love a
for your birthday,
staycation.
it was actually your idea, yes?
No, I didn't want to travel. I was saying I wanted to stay with the kids, but I did say Oahu would be fun sometime. And he was like, well, let's go to Oahu.
Okay,
Oh, so now he's going to say it was your idea to go on vacation. It was your idea to go on the hike. You brought him to the cliff. That's what this is leading up to because the husband is claiming she's the one who tried to murder him, even though he tried 3 different ways to kill her and there were witnesses to the murder. So...
You remember being interviewed by the detective in this case after the incident?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember being asked by the detective who planned this trip? And do you remember your response was, he planned the trip. He was kind of asking what I wanted to do for my birthday. And I said, like, sometime I want to go to Oahu. It doesn't need to be now. You remember saying that to the detective?
That sounds accurate, yes, sir.
So at least that's what my question was. The concept of going to Oahu was something that you brought up, right? And you said, it doesn't need to be now, but I've always wanted to go there on a staycation. It doesn't need to be now. And he said, oh, let's go, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. It's not like out of the blue he said, hey, we're going on this trip. It's going to be on Oahu. This is what's happening. You raised the concept, yes?
I raised the concept of wanting to go to Oahu at some point, yes, sir, that's correct.
In response to him asking what you wanted to do for your birthday, right?
Potentially, I don't recall that.
Well, is that what you told the detective?
I think you and I are interpreting that differently.
I'm not asking about interpretation.
Get him, girl.
I'm asking about the words you used to the detective.
Thank you. Come on. Back her up, bro.
Page 9.
Sure. This is Exhibit 107, page 5, lines 13 through 15, D107. Ma'am, when the detective asked you who planned this trip, your response was he planned the trip. He was kind of asking what I wanted to do for my birthday, and I said, sometime I want to go to Oahu, but it doesn't need to be now. That's just the words you said to the
Yes,
detective.
you and I agree on that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
They're trying to say it wasn't premeditated. They're trying to make it sound like the husband didn't plan on it. It wasn't a part of it. Then why'd he have the needle in his bag? Why'd he have drugs in his bag? Why did he hit her in the head with a rock? Why did he try to push her off a cliff? Why did 2 women come across it? If he was innocent, when the 2 women came across them, why did he scream, I'm innocent, and called 911? Instead, he fled the cop for 8 to 9 hours. If he's so innocent, why did he flee? And then you know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? Why are you, they're playing right in our faces, bro. Right in our faces.
Now, you mentioned the hike, and I think you said that...
Oh, yeah, and why did he suggest an email to take out a life insurance plan a month or 2 before this vacation? Oh!
You only learned about the hike the night before once you were already on the trip, is that right?
About which...
Oh!
You only learned about the hike the night before once you were already on the trip, is that right?
About which specific hike we went on.
Okay, but you knew you were going to go on a hike, right?
We didn't have, aside from having planned to do the spa and shop around, a hike was kind of up in the air. I don't know that we had, before leaving Maui, definitively.
You act like he wasn't thinking of a good opportunity. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the husband can be looking for a good opportunity. He could have found a bunch of ways to get his wife, you know, to be murdered. And he just thought, oh, this is a perfect opportunity. Also, allegedly, he called his son, FaceTimed him, bloodied in a mess, saying, I tried to murder Ariel. So you know what I'm saying?
Settled on going on a hike, sir.
Yeah, but the concept of going on a hike came up. That's why you brought stuff, shoes and clothes to go hiking, right?
Yes, like I said.
And it is true, Chad says they literally have to give him a lawyer that genuinely tries. It is true that in America, the idea is that everyone has a fair trial. So he needs a lawyer that like fights for him. And also, I'm disgusted. I'm also disgusted.
And in fact, hiking, it was not unusual for you guys to go on hikes. That's something you guys did from time to time, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, may I approach with exhibits D158, D160, and D154?
Okay, let's see.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna approach. I'm gonna ask you to, I'm gonna hand you D158. Can you, what is that a photo of? That's a photo of you and Gerhard on a hike, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you and Gerhard on this hike?
Yes, sir.
And this was on apparently June 2023 in Wailuku. Well, at least the top it says Wailuku, right?
That's what it says at the top. Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, may we admit D158?
Mr. Barr? No objection. And what has been marked for identification as Exhibit D158 is received into evidence?
Ma'am, same questions with D160. This is, well, just one page. And is that a photo of you guys on a hike as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. May we admit D160?
Mr. Gordon? There's a date for that first.
The date says, at least on the top, it says September 11, 2023, yes?
Yes, it does.
No objection.
And then lastly,
Then what has been marked for identification as Exhibit D160 is received into evidence?
and then lastly, thank you, Your Honor. Lastly, this is D154. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a photo of you on a hike as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, okay, thank you. May we admit D154, please?
Mr. Gordon? No objection. What has been marked for identification as Exhibit D154 is also received into evidence.
So again, before we publish these, it wasn't unusual for you guys to go on hikes. That's something you guys did together, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Can we publish 158, please? Okay. And up on the screen there, can we blow that up a little, Mr. Dirks? Okay. That's you and Gerhard on a hike, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we publish 160, please? Okay, another picture of the two of you on a hike, correct?
I'm not sure that Gerhard is in that photo. I'm in there.
Okay.
It's dark.
Okay. Do you think maybe Gerhard took the photo? Okay. And then let's go to page 154. That's also a hike you would have done with Gerhard, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, we can take those down. Now, the day of the trip comes, and you guys go to the airport on Maui, presumably together, yes?
Yes, sir, we went together.
And isn't it true that you, because it was a short trip, you didn't check bags, you just carried on luggage, right?
Most likely, yes. I don't recall, but most likely.
And you would have gone through TSA security screening with Gerhard, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's not like he went first through the TSA screening, and then later on you came.
Is he going to say she's lying about the syringe, or that never happened, or that there's no evidence of medical supplies? Like, what is he going to say?
And met him there. You guys went through the screening together, put your bags through the screening together at the same time, correct?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
And no problems getting through TSA that day, correct?
Not that I recall, sir.
You get to Oahu, and the first day and night, as you indicated, you guys are having a fine time, right?
Yes, sir.
Go
Okay,
to the
so
spa,
what was that question about TSA for?
go to dinner, and everything seems fine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next day is your birthday, right?
Mind you, she thinks everything is normal at this point. So all he's proving is that she had no reason to suspect her husband would try to kill her. He's not actually, that's why it's so egregious. That's why it's so crazy. He's not proving that like she was attempting to murder him, because either way you look at it, it was normal for both people. Everything was normal. They go on hikes together. It's normal for them. There's only one person who is attempting a murder here, and it was her husband.
And you wake up, and the prosecutor admitted a letter that Gerhard gave you. I want to read it now since it wasn't read earlier, okay?
Objection to argument.
Well, we'll let the jury see it now, okay? So the birthday card, in addition to that, he gave you a gift, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was a nice necklace, yes?
Yes, sir. He gave me a necklace.
Okay. So with the card, that morning of your birthday, he gives you this nice birthday card and he gives you a nice gift before you guys head out on the hike, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 1 second, Your Honor, if we could, it's a similar. We have it as P127, but I think this is the one you're in. Do you have a problem putting it this thing? I can't put it. Oh, no. This is yeah, is it in there? Okay. May I retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
With the card? I don't know what number it is, sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay, thanks. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching with S133 already in evidence. Ma'am, can you please read that out loud to the jury? This is the letter that Gerhard wrote to you on the morning of this hike. Well, let me rephrase that. This is the letter he gave to you on the morning of the hike, correct?
This is the birthday card he gave me.
Okay, please read it to the jury.
It says, "Happy birthday. Angel Face, there isn't an obstacle in this world too hard for me to fight through for you. I would take on anything just to see your smile. You're one of the kindest, most giving, and selfless people I know, putting others before yourself with so much love. You're the heart of our family, and the heart is drawn. Fun, fearless, and a terrific mom. The kids and I hit the jackpot with you. Love always, G."
Okay, may I approach? Okay, so that's the card he gave you the morning of the hike, right?
That's
You know, he says that, like, nothing is too big, we can get through anything, but text messages to a coworker about the most boring ass shit was too much for you? How will you ever get through the emoji she sent somebody? My God. A smiley face emoji? 2026? It's over. Like, what are you talking about? There's nothing we can get through. Get through what? You're not even going through anything. That's what I'm saying. What are you going through?
Okay. Now, in addition to the card and the present he gave you, you were aware that he had made a reservation for dinner that night, the night of the hike, at a restaurant called Fett Restaurant. You knew that, yes?
I knew we had dinner reservations. That was the extent of it.
Okay. So you knew that the night you're supposed to go on a hike in a day, and you knew that he had made reservations for dinner somewhere that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't know it was at Fett?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you guys went downstairs, had coffee in the morning, yes?
We had coffee and breakfast in the morning.
And then you head to the hike, correct?
We went and got a coffee on the way out to at a different place.
Okay, and then you had drive to the hike in your rental car, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, this topic of life insurance came up, and the prosecutor showed you one email, but during this time period, you mentioned Gerhard was the one that kind of managed the insurance, finances, taxes, things like that, correct?
Gerhard managed our finances, that's correct.
Pretty anal guy, yeah, in terms of managing that stuff, right?
That's really interesting that they both work, and then she says he manages the finances. I really recommend you guys manage them together in a sense. Like, you guys can do different things, but I hope she's included in the finances, right? Like, my partner and I both have different, we do it together is what I'm saying. And so, like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have the same responsibilities, but we're on the same page. So I'm kind of hoping she didn't work and just give him her paycheck and just like, because God knows, like, what is he spending it on, right? Like, is he gambling it away? Is there even a savings? Like, does she know anything about the money, or does she just trust him? You know what I'm saying?
Kept records, had documents about retirement, and that's just how he was, right? During your marriage, yes?
He was a good record keeper, yes.
Yeah. And so, leading up to March, as part of you guys working through this.
By the way, I do think him deliberately choosing her birthday to try to murder her was on purpose. And I think maybe it was coincidental, but I think somewhere in his head, maybe this is just like speculative. Obviously, I don't know if this is true. He's probably thinking like, it's almost like justice, like your birthday's ruined forever. Not that he thought she would survive, but like, it almost like now every birthday, bro. Oh, remember that time I almost got murdered on my birthday? That's crazy.
Issue, right? It's part of like, we're going to be together. There was a discussion about, increasing life insurance for both of you in case something happened, to make sure that the kids were okay and the house could be paid and things like that, right?
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, he suggested that he would.
And I don't know if he tried to kill her exactly on her birthday, but they were on a trip for her birthday. So either way, it was about her birthday.
Increase his life insurance to over $1 million, 1.5 million, correct?
I don't remember the amount of his, but the rationale is correct. We looked at how much money we would need to keep our kids in our home, and based on our pay disparity, he would need a higher life insurance policy than I would need.
Yeah, and so you remember telling the detective that yours was closer to 100 and his was closer to $1 million?
Yes.
Okay. So the effort to do this, he made it a point to make his way more than yours, correct?
Again, based on that rationale, yes, sir.
Okay, so now he's going to say, so obviously you have more of an incentive to murder your husband because you'll get more of a payout. Okay. Also, technically, a lot of the time dads die before moms. And so maybe it was just that he would die sooner and they'd get more of a payout because she'd still be alive with the kids. Or maybe it's like a lot. I don't know. I don't know why they decided to do it that way, but like, okay.
The morning of the hike, prior to heading to the hike, Gerhard showed you an email from that morning showing that the second half of his increased life insurance had been confirmed and put into effect that very morning. You remember him showing you that email?
I do not, sir.
Would seeing that email from that?
Just a reminder, like, I don't know if you guys heard about this other story that's resurfacing now about the streamer who pre-recorded a 6-hour stream where he's literally talking to chat, and then he streamed it to his stream while he was murdering his girlfriend. And his stream thought he was live, but then the cops came back and realized he had deleted the file and it was actually pre-recorded. Like, people go to all lengths to kill their girlfriends. God knows why. Okay, God knows why. That's what I'm saying. Like, you did all of this work to plan a murder. You could have just divorced her. You could have literally just broken up with her. Why would you go through all of the effort to do all of this stuff? That's what I'm saying. Why are we pretending like her talking to a coworker about their favorite music has anything to do with the fact that this man tried to murder her?
Morning help to refresh your memory?
Potentially, I'll look at it, sure.
May I approach? I'm not going to end it.
And by the way, this is why people get re-traumatized going to court too. Like, they always say, why don't victims want to go to court and prove themselves innocent? You want to sit here and be asked these stupid fucking questions? How humiliating. How awful is this? She's doing so good. She's really a champ. Because how fucked up is this line of question, right? How fucking dishonest is this line of questioning?
16, Your Honor. I'm gonna show you this email. And I'm going to ask you if you recall seeing that the morning of the hike. And when you're done reading it, hand it back to me, and we'll read it to yourself and then hand it back to me.
Do you want me to read the email?
No,
Oh, okay.
I want you to read it to yourself, and then I'm going to ask you a question when you're done. Okay. So do you recall Gerhard showing you this email about increased life insurance on the morning of the hike?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Okay. You arrive at the Poly Lookout parking lot at mid-morning, maybe around 10 a.m., yes?
Yes, a little earlier.
And when you got there, it was a busy parking lot. There was the Poly Lookout there. There was a lot of cars, tour buses, and people in the parking lot, yes?
It wasn't that busy when we first got there. There were definitely other people there.
Now, like tour buses?
I don't remember tour buses when we got there, but I can't say for sure, sir.
But there was a lot of people there, right?
Yes, yep.
You mentioned going to the lookout first and then going to start the hike, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Not too far into the hike, Gerhard leaves you on the trail and he heads up further on the trail on his own, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you mentioned today that was because you weren't feeling good about the heights and the cliffs and the heights. You didn't feel good, you didn't want to go on, yes?
Yes, sir.
You guys have been on hikes and activities involving heights before, yes?
Yes, sir.
No.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense counsel D-147, 149, and 156.
Okay, listen, I've jumped out of airplanes. I'm still afraid of stationary heights. I've literally jumped out of an airplane multiple times. I'm still afraid of certain trails. I have hiked through trails. Some trails make me nervous more than other ones. So, and also, yeah, Chess has gut instinct. Maybe she was kind of picking up what he was putting down, which is, I think this bitch might try to murder me. Like, maybe she was also intuitively understanding that, like, my husband is acting weird. Keep in mind, he tries to kill her. So maybe she was also feeling like, unsafe. You know what I mean? Like, what is this line of questioning?
May I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, you take a look at D-147. That's a photo of you and a friend going ziplining, correct?
That's correct.
Is that Gianna?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you and your best friend Gianna?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit D-147.
Sorry.
Mr. Warner. No objection. You want the mark for identification as Exhibit D-147 is received into evidence?
I'll trade with you. Can you give me that one back, please?
Sure, sir.
D-149, is that a picture of you?
So he's like, oh, you've been ziplining, so you wouldn't be afraid of a mountain cliff? I'm sorry, does a mountain cliff also come with a zip line? You know, a zip line, you're kind of tied to something. There's some level of safety associated. It's kind of like when you go bungee jumping, there's usually a cord. What is this line of questioning?
On a zip line.
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you, depiction of you on a zip line?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move to admit D-149.
Mr. Warner. No objection.
Lastly,
What
D,
has been marked for identification as Exhibit D-149 is received into evidence?
and lastly, D-156. Ma'am, is that a photo of you on a hike?
Yes, sir, it is.
Move to admit D-156.
Okay, sometimes I get anxiety going to the mall. Do you want to bring up all the other times I've been to a mall? Just because you've done something a million times, why do men think this? This is a thought men have. Like, well, you've put out so many times before. Why don't you want to do it now? You've done this before. Why don't you want to do it now? What do you mean? Because now is different than then. Things change.
Mr. Warner. No objection. What has been marked for identification as D-156 is received into evidence?
Let's start, please, with publishing D-147. We were just talking about that day not feeling good about the heights and whatnot. This is a picture of you and Gianna going ziplining, yes?
Yes, sir.
This is before this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to D-149, please. That's a picture of you on the zip line, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to 156. That's a picture of you on a hike from 2023, correct?
Yes, it is.
Fun fact, I'm pretty nervous over some ideas that I've done before. Like, I always wonder, like, man, why does that scare me now? Sometimes you get older. Sometimes you have intuition. Sometimes it's like, oh, I've walked down an empty street 1,000 times in my life, but I don't know what it is about this empty street. I don't think so. I mean, you ever stay at an Airbnb and you're like, ooh, something feels off about this Airbnb. I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? This line of questioning is so gross.
Okay. So you were willing to stand there and take a picture that day, correct?
Yes, I was.
All right, you can take that down. So on this day, you're saying not feeling good about the heights, and that's what caused Gerhard to go off on his own because you were going to stay back, correct?
That's why I stopped hiking, yes, sir.
But you do acknowledge that he left you on this trail not very far in from the parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say today to this jury that you told him, I'm just going to wait here for you, right?
That's correct, sir.
And you're under oath today, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Isn't it true when the detective interviewed you about this situation, when he gets back to you, he says to you, oh, you're still here? Remember telling that to the detective?
Not specifically, but that sounds accurate.
Okay, well, would seeing the transcript of what you told the detective help to refresh your memory?
Sure, but I don't disagree that happened. So I don't know that I need to look at it, but I will if you'd like me to.
Well, it depends. So,
sure, let's look at it.
Okay, well, let's just to be fair and give you a chance to look at it, okay?
Thank you.
And this is D-107, Your Honor, and Mr. Garner. Page 7, lines 1 through 4. If you can just read, line 1. Read it to yourself, not out loud.
Sure.
Read it till line 4, and let me know when you're done.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, ma'am, isn't it true you told the detective that day when Gerhard got back to where you were waiting, he said, oh, you're still here, right?
What?
Yes, sir, that's true.
As in, he thought you were going back to the car, right?
That was not the implication, sir.
Yeah, why would that be the implication? What? Why would that be the implication?
But to be clear, the area that you guys stopped was not very far in from the hike, not very far into the hike, not very far in from the busy parking lot, correct?
That's right. It wasn't very far. That's correct.
You described it as about 400 yards in, correct?
I don't think I described it that way, sir.
Okay. Would seeing what you told the detective help you recall that that's how you described it?
Sure.
We're now going to go to D-106, page 10. 1 second. I apologize. Didn't you describe it as about a quarter mile in?
That sounds more accurate.
Trying to put words in my girl's mouth.
Okay. I apologize. Quarter mile is 400.
Okay, brother.
yards,
All
I have no
right,
idea, sir.
brother.
Okay.
Need a calculator out.
All right. But you described it as about a quarter mile in, yes?
Yes, sir.
Not super far up this trail from the parking lot, correct?
A quarter mile. I mean, it's uphill and it's rocky, but yes,
But not super far into the trail, correct?
a quarter mile, sir.
So now he comes back, and you say he wants to, at some point, take a selfie, correct?
That's right, sir.
And you don't want to take a selfie where he wants you to take a selfie, correct?
I didn't want to get too close to the edge of the cliff, sir.
Yeah. And you indicate that at some point in the process of that, he says, "Get back over here. I'm sick of this shit," and he tries to throw you off the cliff in response to that. Yes?
That was after the selfie, but shortly thereafter, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that when he initially, according to your version of the events, when he initially grabs you,
Objection argumentative. Forward, ask the question.
according to your version of events, when he grabs you, he says, "Get back over here." And your first thought was that he was kidding because he really wanted a selfie, right?
It was just very shocking. So yes, my initial reaction was, he must be kidding, yes.
But isn't it true you told the detective, "My first instinct was that he was kidding and he really wanted a selfie"?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you just say that?
And then you throw yourself on the ground, correct?
There's a little, we're like wrestling. So he grabs me. I realize he's not kidding because he's forcefully moving me towards the edge. We wrestle and I throw myself on the ground. Yes, sir.
And when you did that, you were about 10 feet away from the cliff, correct?
Something like that, yes, sir.
And that's what you told the detective, you're 10 feet away from the cliff, yes?
I think I said I was about 10 feet away from the cliff.
I'm sorry. Is this her telling the detective after she's been banged in the head with a rock? Or is this like after the fact in an interview? This is why victims don't speak up. This woman had been hit in the head with a rock. Witnesses came upon her about to get murdered. And then she's the one who has to perfectly recall every fucking detail. Do you know what I'm saying? This is why victims don't speak up. Why are you expecting a perfect testimony out of somebody who had gone through such a traumatic event? Like, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
Where you end up on the ground, there were plants, shrubbery, and trees in that area between you and the cliff, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned now that there's kind of a scuffle or fight going on where you're, I think you said you bit him, you're grabbing his testicles, and there's a scuffle going on, correct?
Prior to that, he's trying to pull me and drag me, and then he gets on top of me, and then yes, we're kind of
There's a scuffle going on.
scuffling.
Yeah. And you're biting him.
It's just a scuffle. Yeah. If he says yeah one more time, bro, it's obviously like a comfort word for him or something, but it's so dismissive.
Grabbing his testicles, yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that at some point he has a syringe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to you, you did not see where he grabbed that from. Is that right?
That's right, sir.
1 second, Your Honor. 1 second, ma'am. And according to you, he's holding this syringe, and according to you, you flicked it out of his hand, right?
Yes, I swatted his hand and caused him to drop the syringe. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
You mentioned that at some point, according to you, you see him holding a vial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your belief was he was trying to load the syringe with the vial when he was wrestling with you, correct?
No, sir. The first syringe he produced.
1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so you knocked the first syringe, he's getting the second syringe, but you think the vial is because he wants to load the syringe, right?
That's right, sir.
Right. According to you, this is happening while you're on top, he's on top of you, according to you, there's a kind of a scuffle going on, and he's holding a vial with one hand, reaching for another, into his bag with his other hand, and he's also covering your mouth at some point, right?
Yes, sir. If I can explain, he has the vial in his right hand in a closed fist, and so he's using that arm and hand to kind of hold me down. And then when I'm trying to talk to him too, and when I start screaming, he gives up his search for the syringe with his left hand and will hold his hand over my mouth while I scream and then resume looking in his bag.
So holding the syringe in one hand.
No, sir. That's a vial in his hand.
I'm holding the vial with one hand, holding you down with that same hand, according to you, reaching for another thing, then covering your mouth. That's what's going on, according to you, yes?
When he's sitting on top of me, so his weight is on me.
God, this guy can't listen to save his fucking life. This guy has to learn how to listen. Also, if he's trying to insinuate this is silly and hard, as a person who takes care of a cat and has to give her medication and she takes an inhaler, let me just tell you, it is an ordeal. It is an ordeal to get this cat to take her asthma medication because this girl can't breathe. So just for the record, okay, it is very hard to administer, medication when it's not a life and death situation, let alone when he's wrestling his wife in order to murder her. So the man's going to be sloppy. You know what I'm saying? So he's trying to do this thing where he's like, so you think he was wrestling you, but he was also using a syringe? Like, he's trying to make us doubt that he would have chosen this method. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we expect the husband to be a better murderer? He's like, he can't be a murderer. He's bad at it. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, yes.
And then you guys are having a conversation as well. You discussed that, yes?
I don't know that I'll call that a conversation, but yes, we were.
Now.
A conversation?
Well, you discussed that, yes?
I don't know. Of me, so his weight is on me too, sir, yes.
And then you guys are having a conversation as well. You
Pourquoi? A conversation? Girl, he's trying to murder her. It's hardly a conversation. He's like, so you guys are like chit-chatting, catching up about your day as he's trying to hit you. So like, he's like literally trying to take your life, but you guys are like chit-chatting. Like, he's so annoying. He is absolutely trying to downplay it. He is trying to make it sound like it is casual. So your husband just like casually fighting you on a cliff. You are literally fighting for your life casually.
discussed that, yes?
I don't know that I'll call that a conversation, but yes, we were.
Now, at some point you mentioned he picks up a rock, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he starts to...
By the way, I just read an article and it says the cops do have that rock, that they were able to collect the rock. The rock exists. The scar on her head exists. The witnesses who saw him hitting her exist.
hit you with the rock, according to you, yes?
That's right, sir.
And according to you, so the rock is something, according to you, he picks up when you guys are on the ground, correct?
That's my, that's how it felt, yes, sir.
Okay. And according to you, Gerhard then blasts you in the head with all his might 10 times with this rock, correct?
I don't know that I use those.
I don't know that she was counting. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exact words, but he used the rock to hit me, and it was my impression that he was using his full force at the time when asked.
Okay. You said that he was bashing it against your face and head, yes?
Yes, sir.
He was smashing it into your head and face, yes?
Yes, sir.
Full blast, 100% of his power is what you said, yes?
Yes, sir.
And 10 times, yes?
I said as many as 10 times, sir. I wasn't counting.
Well, you told that to the detective. You told that to the grand jury.
Oh,
person
my
under
God.
oath, right?
Yes.
Oh, my
That is as many as
God.
10 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm so angry for her. Do you see how evil the world is? This is the most evil of the world. The world is such an evil place that you are making this woman recall perfectly how many times her husband bashed her in the head with a rock attempting to murder her. Ma'am, I believe you said 10 times, but now you're saying it's 6 times. You might be a lying bitch. What an evil fucking person. What an evil fucking world we exist in.
Your head, forehead, and eye is what you said, yes?
That's right, sir.
To your knowledge, you did not lose consciousness, correct?
To my knowledge, I did not lose consciousness, correct?
You were taken to Queens and examinations and tests were done on you, yes?
Yes, sir.
In particular, a CAT scan, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not have any skull fractures, correct?
That's correct. No skull fracture.
You had no facial fractures, correct?
That's correct. No fracture on my face.
You were discharged the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you started to head towards where the witnesses were, Gerhard didn't come after you, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And they help you down the mountain, and towards the bottom, you actually stand up and walk for the bottom part to get to the wall with their assistance, right?
I didn't really walk there. I was holding on to both. I was more carried than walking. But yes, I was upright.
Okay, you were more carried than walking. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were standing on your 2 feet walking, correct?
I was upright.
Okay. You were standing on your 2 feet and moving, correct?
Hold on. I'm trying to find you guys just a reminder. It's so funny. All this footage of her being hit in the head, I can't get a clear picture because they keep censoring it because apparently it's too offensive for us to see. But I think we should try to see. Can you please give me a photo of what she looked like when they found her? She was literally bleeding all over. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we trying to pretend? Like, he's trying to downplay it. Like, oh, were you even that hurt? Were you even that hurt though? Bro, this is so gross. He's so gross.
Downwards, right? With their support.
Sure.
You were coherent and able to answer questions.
And yes, we did see the body cam footage yesterday. So we saw it yesterday on stream. I tried to, that's why I'm not really going over it again today, but we saw the footage yesterday. I just showed you some pictures that are blurred for, you know, censor issues, but the censorship issues. But yesterday we saw the footage of her being carried down. We saw her bleeding. We saw them trying to bandage her.
When the first officer got there, yes?
I don't know if I spoke to an officer. I recall talking to an EMT at the bottom.
Okay. When you mentioned when the witnesses got there and you're crawling away, you said Gerhard was standing there staring, right?
Yes, sir. He was sort of frozen.
Yeah. So he saw you, conscious and alive, crawling away, talking and yelling to the witnesses. He saw that, right?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me just show it in case somebody is like, oh, I didn't want to watch the whole thing. So this is the cop. So this is the footage that we didn't see. This is part of the body
that's
footage.
my work phone, so we're able to search up people.
Here's some of the footage. See, you can see her head is bashed in. Okay, she's coming down. She's being carried down. They're helping her. Okay. Okay, they're helping her. Look at her. Okay, look at it. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely innocent, bro. Come on now. Come on now. What are we talking about here? Okay, just so we can make sure. Thank you.
Okay. You go back to Maui. 3 days later, you say that this work bag of his gets turned into the police, correct?
The evidence specialist picked it up on that Friday.
Okay. And you said today that you're at home and you see his work bag and you open it and you say under oath today to this jury.
Chet says, sorry, Chet, you said it also probably would have been worse if she wasn't fighting back. Habibis, if she wasn't fighting back, she would have been dead. That's what I'm saying. He tried to push her off a cliff. She threw her body onto the ground so he couldn't easily trip her. Then they started wrestling. He was absolutely attempting to murder her. The only reason she did not die is because she was fighting back and resisting, which helped. Okay, it helped. But what really saved her was the fact that two people came upon them and he got spooked and ran. The fact is, statistically speaking, she would have died that day. It would have been very hard for her to have survived this if nobody came to help her. It would have been a miracle in and of itself if she had time to run away and get away after being bashed in the head with a rock. Okay, he is taller than her, bigger than her, heavier than her. You know what I mean? If those hikers didn't come across her, we would have been talking about a dead woman. We wouldn't have been able to know her, see her. She would have literally have been dead. And then the story would have been husband accused of murdering wife on a hike in Hawaii. And then we would never have been able to see this woman.
The word you used was, I was surprised. I was surprised to see the syringes and vials, right? That's what you said today, right?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that work bag was something he kept with him at home and would take to and from the hospital every day. You were aware of that before this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you were aware that he would bring syringes and lidocaine and other stuff and have it at home in case of emergencies, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew that before you discovered this work bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective asked you, have you ever seen him bring home any type of medications or syringes for work prior to this? And you said, yeah. You told the detective you knew about it, right?
He had brought things home from work before. The surprise was that the bag was full and seemed to have a lot of stuff in it. I didn't realize the volume or the regularity with which that occurred.
The detective asked you about the work bag, and you said it was something he would take to and from work every day, right?
Yes, sir.
And
The first call you make upon this discovery is not to the police, not to the prosecutors, but to your attorney, correct?
That's correct, sir.
This is 3 days later, right? The 27th of March, 2025, correct?
That's correct, on a Thursday.
By then you had an attorney, yes?
Yes, sir.
First call you make is to your attorney. He says, we're going to introduce this into the case, and he calls the police, correct?
I'm not sure. He says it's relevant. We need to have the police come get it. It's probably relevant.
yeah, and why did he have it on the hike? That's the question. And then him bringing it home every day is also just proof that he had it accessible to him, right? Like, why are we acting like this is surprising? Why is he trying to downplay it like, well, it was normal for him, okay? And?
You discharged from the hospital on March 25th, and you returned to Maui, and you continue your care, correct?
That's right, sir.
And we mentioned by the March 27th, you had an attorney, yes?
Yes, sir.
On March 31st, you go to see your primary care doctor on Maui, Dr. Joanna Yun, correct? Or Yun, correct?
That sounds right. The date I'm not certain of, but thereabouts, for sure.
She was your primary care doctor, yes?
Yes, for
You
sure.
had a doctor-patient relationship with her from before this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
She examines you, discusses your symptoms,
Yeah, Chet said, I don't think it's legal to bring home meds. That's what I'm trying to figure out is, in his line of work, is he even allowed to do that? Does she know he's not allowed to do that? Does she just trust him because he said it was okay? I do want to know about that too, right? Chet says, did we hear from the son? So he hasn't been interviewed as far as I know yet. I haven't found any footage yet. We will next week when we come back. We'll talk about, I want to watch the footage of the women finding her because I think that's important. The witnesses. We'll do that Monday. Tuesday, hopefully his testimony will be out already so we can watch his on Tuesday, but it's happening in real time right now. So we don't know when it will be posted.
during that visit, correct?
Yes, sir.
She comes up with a, well, could you actually?
Because I think they adjourn for the weekend, right? And it is the weekend. So I assume there won't be anything new until next week, but I don't know.
Access your, that was with Kaiser, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you access your Kaiser records at the time online?
I'm sure I could, yes, sir.
She comes up with a diagnosis list for the visit. And then the next day on April 1st, you email her and you ask her, hey, doctor, do you mind adding traumatic brain injury to your diagnosis list?
Objection, rule of completeness.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm going to get to the second part of it. We'll read the exact email. Isn't it true you emailed Dr. Yun? Hi, Dr. Yun, on April 1st, 10 a.m., 10:03 a.m. Would you mind adding either traumatic brain injury or concussion to the diagnosis notes from my appointment on March 31st? I want to make sure the documentation is consistent between my care at Queens and back on Maui. Do you remember emailing that to your...
Okay, a perfectly normal thing to fucking... This is why I can't do... See, my facial expression... I would be Cardi B in that courtroom. What? Yeah, okay, normal. Doctors, between each other, don't share records. You have to get it all on the same page so every system shows it consistently. Can you make sure that the documentation from Hawaii matches the documentation here so my doctors are all on the same page? Okay, and... Yeah, I hate that. I hate that I have to go chase down all my medical records because not all my medical professionals are in the same database. Okay? I hate that. I hate that. It's such a pain in the ass. I have to go to each person and be like, can you please give legal, can you give me my records? I got to give this to another doctor. Doctors don't just have a system automatically. Some of us all use the same computer system, but at least for some of my doctors, they don't all share. So they have to, you know what I'm saying?
Primary care physician on April 1st, about a week after this incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just listen to what he said, though.
Between my care at Queens and back on Maui. Do you remember emailing that to your primary care physician
normal.
on April 1st, about a week after this incident?
Yes, sir.
she had not included that on her diagnosis list after your visit, correct? Traumatic brain injury or concussion, correct?
Correct. That's the
I'm
purpose
sorry,
of the
I apologize. She had not added traumatic brain injury to her diagnosis list, correct?
for her notes for the 31st. That's correct.
You had an attorney by March 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
April 1st, you're emailing your doctor saying, can you please add traumatic brain injury to my diagnosis, correct?
Correction, rule of completeness.
Partially, what you emailed your doctor was, can you add traumatic brain injury to my diagnosis? Yes? Okay, I'll read the whole email then. You said to your doctor, would you mind adding either traumatic brain injury or concussion to the diagnosis note from my appointment on March 31st? I want to make sure the document...
Don't be sassy with me. Listen to him getting like loud and angry as if he's not stupid. Don't get mad at us.
...is consistent between my Care Queens and back here on Maui. That's what you told her, right? That's what you emailed her, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that nowhere in your Queen's records does it ever say traumatic brain injury? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. For literally years, I swore, because my therapist told me you have PTSD. I was like, okay. I thought my paperwork said PTSD. I go to look at my paperwork and I'm like, oh, it doesn't even say PTSD. But my therapist explicitly told me PTSD. Explicitly. I remember it. And I said, oh my God, PTSD? Are you sure? And she said, yeah, Brittany, that's PTSD. It never went on my paperwork. Okay, and when I did my autism assessment with my 2 doctors, they told me, this isn't going in some database, Brittany. The only person who knows you have autism is you. Here's your paperwork. I have it. I have the paperwork that says you have autism. But it's not like it goes into a database. It's not like anybody knows this but me. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody but my doctors knows. They're the one who gave me the diagnosis. You're being so fucking weird. But people don't know this. People don't understand. So they're, like Chad said, they're using people's ignorance on the jury to not know this. It's like people, you remember that one time I was debating on a panel and somebody freaked out because someone stopped taking their ADHD meds and they were like, oh, and I was like, it's relax. ADHD meds are not like other meds. It's not like you're going to go crazy if you're not on ADHD meds. It's just very helpful. Like people don't know what they don't know. People don't know what they don't know. So they play it up in their head. It becomes like so much of a bigger deal than it is. Like you need to relax. Okay.
Sure.
Did you review your Queen's records before you emailed that to Dr. Yoon?
When I met with Dr. Yoon on the 31st.
Ma'am, my question is, did you review your Queen's records from your stay at Queens before you emailed Dr. Yoon on April 1st saying you want to make sure the documentation is consistent between my care at Queens and back here on Maui? Did you review your records at Queens before you sent that email?
I don't recall, sir.
Ma'am, following the incident, well, I'm sorry, prior to the incident, you and Gerhard had joint bank accounts together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Joint meaning they belong to both of you, yes?
Yes, sir.
For example, you had a joint saving account with Gerhard with Capital One, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you admit that back then Gerhard made more money than you, correct?
Yes, sir.
More of the money in the joint account was from his earnings than yours, yes?
Yes, sir.
In other words, he put more money into that account than you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
On March 27th, 3 days after the incident, you went on, well, I'm assuming, well, let me ask it this way. You opened up an individual checking account only in your name, without Gerhard being on that, and you moved $123,515.38 from the joint account that belonged to both of you, and you moved that money into your individual account, correct?
I moved a large amount of money. The exact dollars I'm not sure of, but it is in that ballpark,
Yeah,
sir.
in the ballpark of 120, 130 grand, right?
For sure, yes, sir.
And you didn't ask Gerhard's permission to do that, did you?
That's correct, I did not.
Now, you didn't take half of it and leave half of it for him, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that something you did online?
Yes, sir.
In front of a computer?
Yes, sir.
Logged on?
Yes, sir.
Created your own new account?
I made a new bank account, yes, sir.
Online, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 3 days after the incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that by yourself?
What is his fucking point? What is his point?
Right?
Yes, sir.
On March 27th, when you did move that money, you had not yet filed for divorce, is that right?
That's correct.
You were planning to do so?
He tried to murder her. I think the focus right now is making sure her bank accounts don't get frozen because court cases, fun fact, in some court case situations, your funds can get frozen. So she's just making sure she has money for her and her kids after her husband tried to murder her.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware, weren't you, when you did this, move the money, that once you filed for a divorce, there would be a automatic restraining order that prevented you from moving money like that.
Yes. Yes. We are literally taught this in abuse help centers. Yes. Because the court system sucks. They literally keep victims from being able to supply money to themselves. Yeah, we know. Stupid. We know. Feminists have been talking about this forever, that because of patriarchy and nobody considers the victims, they will freeze our income and we won't be able to save ourselves or feed ourselves or help our kids. Yeah, we know. You think she's trying to hide the money when she has 2 little kids at home she has to feed? I'm going to slap these people. They're so fucking stupid. Nobody ever thinks about the reality of a victim's life. They're so stupid. What are we supposed to do? Keep our lives on hold? Who's going to feed our kids?
I was not aware of that at this time.
Okay, well, I'm aware of it and it's bullshit.
So you moved the money without his permission.
And by the way, this is why I understand Chelsea Fagan and other women think you should have separate bank accounts from your husbands. I do get it. I do 100% get it, girls. Okay, I get it. I get it. Right? Because of situations like this. And that's why I'm saying I don't think the problem is like this, thank good. This is the problem. Like, that's a different conversation. But this is why. And I get it. Okay.
Before filing for divorce. And you talked to your attorney about that as well, correct?
I talked to my attorney about whether or not I was allowed to move money from a joint bank account.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, and he told you can so long as you don't file for divorce yet, right?
He did not say that, sir.
Yeah, don't assume.
Later on, when you were asked about this, you indicated to the prosecutors that you did it because, in part, there was a need to pay back your parents $85,000 from a loan that they had given you and Gerhard, correct? That's what you told the prosecutors. That partly why you moved that money, partially, was because you wanted to, there was a loan your parents had given you and Gerhard for $85,000, and
why? Don't they make a lot of money? Wait.
Loan your parents had given you and
why would she need a loan from her parents if they both make good money? Maybe he's bad with money after all. Wasn't he the loan wizard? Wasn't he the money wizard? Wasn't he supposed to be really good with money? He makes a lot of money. They make a lot of money. There's no way they are not upper middle class. They got to be making at least $300,000 a year. What does he need a loan for?
Gerhard for $85,000. And
she's, at the time, I believe she was 36 and he was 46. For those asking how old the husband is, I believe he's 46 or was.
You wanted to pay them back with the money you moved, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your parents were not in a...
Well, because imagine, like, everything is happening. Her parents are now out all of that money. Like, look at her thinking about others.
Rush to get paid, correct? You guys had been paying them off slowly, correct?
Prior to this, we had been paying them off slowly. That's correct, sir.
And in fact, isn't it true that...
Because, you know why? Because women are trained to take care of the community even when they're suffering. I'm going to assume better of her and assume that she was like, oh my God, my parents need their money. They're not going to get it back. What if we lose all this money in the courts? My poor parents are going to be left out of money. Like, she's probably thinking about her parents.
Later on, when you filed for divorce, and you and your divorce attorney tried to get access to Gerhard's retirement accounts, one of the things that was stated in that proceeding was that you had been making ends meet by seeking the financial support of your family, meaning your parents. You remember asserting that?
So they are bad with money. So Gerald was bad with money. Because didn't they say he was the one who was good with money? Girl, he is financially abusing you. That's what I'm saying. Is this man a gambler? Does this man have debts? Why the fuck are you in debt? Because I know you make money. I listen to enough finance shows. I know your jobs. You make money, girl. So now I need to know where he's putting that money. Where is he spending that money that they don't have money?
To the family court in your divorce case.
Yes, sir, I remember that.
Okay. So in the family court divorce case, you're indicating that your parents are helping you get by financially, but in response to this money, this thing about moving the money, you said that you need to pay them back the 85 grand right away, correct?
At the time when I paid them back, I did not know that they were going to be in a financial position to help me in the way they are now.
Did they say to you, when you told them, hey, here's the 85 grand, did they say to you, hold on to it, use it, you're going to need help?
No, sir.
And by the way, this online banking that you did on the 27th of March, online, created your new account, moved the money.
Do they do drug tests and stuff like that? Like, do we know if he's on drugs or something? Because I am interested, like, what he's previously married and divorced. This is his second marriage. He's 10 years older than her. And he hit her in the head with a rock after trying to push her off a cliff. So I don't want to hear any doubts about this woman's story. Okay? I don't give a fuck. This man hit her in the head with a rock trying to kill her. There were 2 witnesses.
on the 27th of March. I guess that was 4 days before you asked your primary care doctor to add traumatic brain injury to your diagnosis, correct?
Objection, will completeness.
Sustained.
At the time you moved the money, on March 27th, that was 4 days before, sat down at a computer, logged onto it, opened up your online banking, created a new account, moved the money from the joint to that one, new one. That was 4 days before.
So he's trying to paint it that she tried to kill him, because that's what he's claiming, self-defense, okay? She tried to kill him. She was having this great affair with Jeff, in which there was no indication of anything happening, by the way. No indication, okay? Like, no real indication. I mean, you would have to play with your imagination so hard, okay? Then they're saying she took the money out and she was paying her parents back and she was hiding things, and then she went to go kill her husband. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is insane.
You emailed your primary care doctor asking her to add traumatic brain injury and concussion to your diagnosis list, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date of the bank account, but yes, in general, that's correct.
You eventually do get a divorce attorney named Brianne Wong Leong, yes?
That's correct, sir.
And you guys do file a complaint for divorce, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you indicate on the complaint that you should get full custody of the kids, correct?
Obviously.
Yes, sir.
Oh, people in the comment sections were upset that she wanted full custody of the kids. I'm not even messing. Literally in the comment sections, people are like, why would she need full custody of the kids? Why don't fathers get to see their kids? He tried to murder her. He tried to murder her. This defense lawyer is trying to paint her as somebody who's trying to leave her whole marriage life to start a new one with Jeff. He tried to kill her.
Emil, his son, your stepson, continues to live with you to this day, yes?
That's correct, sir.
Wow. Because he's arrested, apparently. And so just take that as a note, that the son is living with her. So if she was trying to kill his dad, you know what I'm saying? If the kid is saying, hey, my dad called me and said he tried to kill you, why are we even having this conversation? Why are we even having this conversation?
While the case was pending,
and I'm saying that hyperbolically. I know we have to court of justice and court of law and all that stuff. I get it. But also, Jesus Christ, this is why it's so exhausting for victims. I get it. We have to do this, but Jesus Christ.
after the incident and Gerhard is arrested, you start having phone calls with Mr. Miller again, correct?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
1 second. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to admit D-184. It's a summary chart from the phone records of Ms. Koenig in this case, D-184. I believe the prosecutor had a chance to examine it for accuracy.
Mr. Gordon, with respect to the proffer. No objection. It has been marked for identification as Exhibit D-184 is received into evidence.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's called D-184. I'll represent to you that from your phone records in this case, a summary chart was made that summarizes what was...
Pause. This is after he tried to kill her, right? So...
in your phone records. And if you could please turn to what is the third page. Let me know when you're there. It starts on September 5th, 2024 at the top. See that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you go down to March 29th, 2025, which is 5 days after the incident.
Okay.
It looks like Mr. Miller tried to call you 3 times, correct?
Please give me a second to look at this.
Do you think it's maybe his coworker was almost killed and the woman he was friends with was almost killed and he was, I don't know, like concerned? I don't know. Do you think maybe he was like, I don't know, worried? Do you think that maybe, I don't know, it's kind of fucking traumatizing hearing that somebody you know was almost killed by their husband? Oh no, he called her out of concern? The monster. What a fucking monster. Sarcasm, sarcasm.
Some of them don't look different. I'm not sure what the columns
I apologize. You know what? You might be right. He attempts to...
This lawyer fucking sucks. He keeps trying to trick her. He keeps getting information wrong and she's catching his mistakes.
Some of them don't look different. I'm not sure what the
Oh, I
columns are.
apologize. You know what? You might be right. He
Ugh.
attempts to, it's repetitive, but he tries to call
Fire
you
him.
on the March 29, 2025, yes?
Actually, don't fire him.
That's correct. March 29th.
And then at 23:51, it looks like the two of you have a 13-minute phone call, yes? At least according to the phone records, right?
Just a second, please.
If you go to the left-hand marking, number 620.
Yes, sir.
And that was with his personal cell phone, correct?
I'm not sure which numbers, but how it's marked, that's how it seems.
And then again on April 22nd, there's another call that's 31 minutes 36 seconds long on 8:14, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's other calls, but that's all the ones I'm going to talk about right now. You can hand that back to me.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Ms. Koenig, in a divorce case, you and your attorney are raising the allegations of attempted murder in this case to get the upper hand in that case, correct?
Get the upper hand?
The criminal
Let me
case.
rephrase.
Thank you.
Do you recall, last week, the day this trial started, you signed off on a document that was submitted to family court called a motion to set. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I remember signing the
And,
motion to
and
set.
in that motion, well, you signed it and adopted it as true. Remember
Yes,
that?
sir.
And that motion details the allegations in this case and then states that you should get full custody of the kids, correct?
Yes, sir.
That the father should not have any contact with the kids due to a finding of family violence, yes?
Consistent with previous ruling, yes.
That you should keep your retirement and get half of his, right?
Yes, sir.
That you should keep the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Koenig. I know it's been a long morning. I only have two quick follow-ups.
What is this? What was that? There was like a transition. I don't know what this is now. Did you see that? It was like a transition in the feed, and now he's going back to asking her a question. But do you know how crazy this is? Like, they're almost like, are you a gold digger? Because even though he tried to kill you, why do you want his retirement? Oh yeah, maybe it's a break or adjournment. Oh, you're right. Okay, let's see.
I forgot to ask you about earlier. You mentioned when I was asking you about the
So
fact
yeah, it looks like there's been a break.
that you were using WhatsApp to communicate with Mr. Miller instead of your phone or email. Text messages on your phone or email. I think you indicated.
Oh, FYI, I did not know this because I've been using WhatsApp for like so many years. I don't even know. I didn't know people thought it was suspicious. I didn't know. I thought everybody had WhatsApp. Like, not everybody. Obviously, I have to tell a lot of people to get it. But I did think more commonly people use WhatsApp. I didn't know people didn't use WhatsApp. I just learned this. I thought everybody kind of I didn't think it was that weird. Because I have so many international friends, that's why I got WhatsApp, because we can't afford to be texting, right? Or sending pictures or stuff. Like, my family basically all had to get WhatsApp because I can't text them photos or stuff without spending $1 billion. I turned off my SIM card. Like, my US SIM card doesn't get used here. It's too much money. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have the WhatsApp is just the way to do it. I just didn't know people weren't using WhatsApp.
Well, you would use WhatsApp to talk to other people at work from time to time too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But isn't it true that
Yeah, Chet said I think only like US Americans would think it was suspicious. Yeah, I think almost everybody outside of the US uses WhatsApp.
TerraPower, which is a nuclear engineering, it's a nuclear energy company, correct?
Yes, sir.
The sanctioned software for company communications was Microsoft Teams, correct?
They provide Microsoft Teams for us, yes.
Right, and that's how they wanted you to message each other because it's a secure communication network, right?
Not exclusively. We're instructed to use encrypted messaging when we talk about work.
You were instructed to use encrypted messaging, right?
Yes, sir, which iMessage counts, and so does WhatsApp.
Now, in August of 2024, you went on a trip to South Africa with Mr. Miller, correct?
And another TerraPower employee, yes, sir.
I didn't ask that. I asked if Mr. Miller went on that trip with you, yes or no?
Yes, he did, sir.
And in fact, not only did he go
Pause. I gotta re-listen.
2024.
Which iMessage counts, and so does WhatsApp.
Now, in August of 2024, you went on a trip to South Africa with Mr. Miller, correct?
And another TerraPower employee, yes, sir.
I didn't ask that.
Oh, see, Ooh, if I was in that courtroom, he tried to make it look like they were having an affair trip. And she said, with another coworker. And he goes, I didn't ask that. Oh, well, she put you in your place. She's so good, bro. She's so good. She's a hero.
You went on a trip to South Africa with Mr. Miller, correct?
And another TerraPower employee, yes, sir.
I didn't ask that. I asked if
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that. Well, your mom called and she says you suck at your job. You're a disappointment to the family.
Mr. Miller went on that trip with you, yes or no?
Yes, he did, sir.
And in fact, not only did he go on that trip with you, he advocated for you to be able to go on that trip with him, yes?
He helped set the group of people going, yes, sir.
And he specifically got you to be able to go on that trip with him, yes?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Do you recall messaging him on WhatsApp on October 30th and saying, I know I said it earlier, but I sincerely appreciate you getting me on this trip? Do you remember messaging that to Mr. Miller in August after this trip?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Coney.
He's literally trying to paint it. He's gross. He's disgusting. I hope you have the sweatiest, most uncomfortable nights for the rest of your life when you sleep. I hope when you go to sleep, you dream of this woman's face and just looking at you like you're a fucking disappointment, bro. Absolute boa moment. Just absolute disappointment, bro. Okay? Absolute disgust.
Thank you.
Mr. Barton, anything different?
Yes, sir. Can I have just a moment to...
Yes, take your time.
Yes, Chet says the meme of all the girls at the party looking disgusted, the Barbie dolls, those ones. Love that meme. And absolutely. Absolutely. What a disgusting job, huh? Talk about philosophical evil. How could you talk about justice in the world when you are berating this woman? You know what I'm saying? Look at this little fucker. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. That's her husband, for those who don't know. The man who tried to murder her. This is him. Disgusting, bro.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ariel.
Angel.
Thanks for giving me a moment.
Sure.
Okay. You were asked earlier this morning about what you told to the detective about whether this was an affair or not. Why did you describe what happened to the detective in the way you did?
When everything happened, Gerhardt and I talked in couples therapy and discussed whether or not this was, quote unquote, an emotional affair. And we determined that it felt like an affair to Gerhardt, an emotional affair to Gerhardt. And so that's how we treated it in couples counseling. But in the traditional sense of an affair, aka, sex or something like that, I would not say it was an affair. And that's why I answered that way to the detective.
So was there anything physical?
Nothing, no.
The text on December 9th, 2024 that Mr. Otake asked you about, was that the...
Yeah, Chet said I didn't compute. He was there staring at her the whole time. Oh, he's staring daggers at her. She is so in the right. I hope it remains to give her peace and comfort through this trial, that she knows she's right, that she knows she's the victim, that he will not shake or move her resolve. I hope she feels, I'm sending her so many good vibes. I hope she feels the support from all of us in any capacity that is possible, even though I don't believe in, but I just, you know what I mean? I hope she feels the support because holy crap.
First time the defendant confronted you?
I'm sorry, can you remind me the text that you're referencing, Joel? I apologize.
Oh, no problem. It was a text message that you were asked about this morning and essentially took responsibility for the, quote, secret affair.
I understand. No, that was not the first time that we had talked about that, no.
Okay, so was the first time the defendant confronted you in person or by text message?
It was in person.
Okay. And then, if you remember, approximately how much later did this text message come in?
This would have been about a week later, I think.
So this is her lawyer, right?
Okay. Moving on a little bit. You were asked about a VPN service. Can you explain, one, what a VPN is, if you know?
VPN is virtual private network. I'm not an IT specialist.
How did you use the VPN that you were asked about in this case?
I actually did not use a VPN. The only time I use a VPN is for work. The VPN that was sent to me was in reference to being able to watch locally syndicated football game. So I grew up in Pittsburgh, watched the Steelers, but it's hard to watch them in Maui. A VPN would allow you to change your location to get local networks.
Got it. Okay. Going back to this confrontation about this quote, emotional affair, who did the defendant tell first?
He told Bryant and Gianna we were out having a drink, and I went to the restroom, and he told them. He basically said Aries having an affair.
Wow.
How did you feel about that?
I just felt, like I said, unfair because I would have liked to talk to Gerhard about it first.
And also, it just wasn't true. It just wasn't true. She was not having an affair. I just don't think I don't even know by what metric she was having an affair.
And you were asked something about giving up your privacy earlier this morning after the defendant confronted you about this affair. What did you mean by that?
After this, Gerhard oftentimes would either have my phone or would go through my phone regularly, look through my messages, my email, things like that. That's where I was giving up privacy, just allowing him access to my digital communications.
And how long did that last for?
I would say weeks.
By the end of December, did you have your phone back?
Yes, and honestly, it was just the beginning of December where I didn't have my phone most of the time. By the end of December, I had my phone. It would just be that he would go through it.
And how long did the defendant keep going through your phone after this came out?
I don't recall. I think maybe periodically, still in January, potentially.
Okay. Ariel, you were also asked about a discussion you had with the defendant while on the Palipuka Trail I'm going to restart my question. You asked about a discussion you had with the defendant about the planning of the trip to Oahu for your birthday. How did the defendant react when you said, we don't need to go to Oahu now?
Oh, he was just like, oh, well, we should go. It'll be fun. It'll be nice for it to just be the two of us.
Just a couple more things to follow up on. You were asked this morning on cross-examination about, and you said something to the effect of wanting to keep the kids in the house. Could you explain that for us?
Yes, just after everything happened, wanting to be able to provide the same life that they were having, right? You know, they already went through a traumatic situation, so just making sure that they could continue to live in that home.
Literally, can you even imagine? Oh, hey, my dad tried to murder my mom. Anyway, I have to go to school on Friday. Like, God forbid this woman try to keep the standard of existence the same for her kids. You know what I mean? They probably have friends and networks and community that could be there to help them. I mean, Jesus, they all need therapy now. Like, they're all going to need help. I mean, her parents are going to need help. It's really traumatic. My son-in-law tried to kill my daughter. I need therapy. You know what I'm saying?
For as long as possible. That's what I was referencing.
And this is hypothetical with regards to the life insurance, right?
I'm sorry. Yes, this was the planning around life insurance and kind of the methodology that went into coming up with the life insurance amounts was making sure that should either of us not be earning money, we could still afford to keep the house that we have on Maui and keep our kids there.
How important was it to you to keep your children at that house on Maui?
Objection irrelevant. Beyond the scope.
Oh, that's irrelevant? That's beyond the scope? That's irrelevant? That question is irrelevant. That one. None of the other ones you asked, but that one is irrelevant. Okay.
Very important. That was the basis.
Overruled. Thank you, Judge.
For us really working on our marriage and, for a lot of the things, trying to keep the kids stable.
Okay. Now, Ariel, you were asked about a comment. This time I'm asking the correct question. You were asked about a comment made on the trail where the defendant told you, oh, you're still here. And what was the context of that?
Yeah. Whenever this is referencing when I decided not to continue on the hike and Gerhard went up and continued to hike a little bit, when he went up the hike, there was never an implication or discussion that I would go back to the car. It was that I was going to wait for him there on the hike. So him saying, oh, you're still here was maybe thought I was going to maybe look around and explore a little bit from where I was.
I thought, oh, you're still here is more like, oh, you guys haven't left yet. Oh, you're still waiting. Usually when people say oh, you're still here, it means, oh, you haven't left yet, right? That's the only context that I usually meet it in, oh, you're still here. It's just a stupid small talk. It's just what people say. Oh, you're still here. It's just small talk.
And our calls for speculation.
It's what she was thinking. So
it's what she's thinking he was thinking.
Ooh, this judge is like, overruled? And then the guy's like, and he's like, literally, I wish I could see their faces.
It's what she was thinking. So
It's what she's thinking he was thinking. It's not speculation.
I'll keep us going forward.
Oh, I love that the judge and everyone's just like, his lawyer's trying so hard. He's like, sit down.
As well. Okay, you were asked on cross-examination about the number of times that the defendant struck you with a rock. Do you know the exact number?
No, sir.
When you talked to the detective, did you give him an exact number or an estimate?
An estimate, sir.
And what was the exact words that you were asked about and used?
As many as 10 times. I said he hit me as many as 10 times.
And you were asked this morning about being hit in your head. So let's go over it. Where were you hit? Where did the defendant hit you with the rock?
I was struck on my right eye. I had a laceration down to the skull above my eyebrow here. And then all over my head, I had a large laceration that went back here and down here. So I was hit kind of all in this area.
Were any of your other body parts hit?
Yes, my left hand was hit where I was...
Objection. Oh, beyond the scope.
My left hand was hit.
Overruled again, loser.
I was blocking my face from the rock, and so I had a distal fracture, which is basically like the end of the
I'm
thumb.
going to pause you there.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So, and again, can you demonstrate where your left hand was when the defendant struck your left hand?
It was in front of my face.
Man, could you imagine if there was like a YouTube audience in this courtroom? We'd be like, loser! Like, it would be so hard not to be like, boo! Like, it would be very hard. They're very professional. Honestly, I thank God I'm a streamer, so I don't have to be professional. But shout out to the profesh, okay? Shout out to how professional everyone is being. Because, girl, the way I would have been, ooh.
Parallel and approach. I'm going to show defense counsel what will be marked as state's exhibit number 88, previously provided. And I'm going to ask to approach. May I approach? Yes.
Sorry, what number is
that? State's 88.
Okay, let's see.
Ariel, I've just handed you what's going to be marked as state's exhibit 88.
Why are we even having this conversation if she's the one with all the defense wounds? Is that what they're called? Like, she's the one with all the, is that what it's called? Like, this is a defense, is that what it's called? Where like she's blocking him, so she has damage from defending herself. He has nothing. Or she tried to fight back as hard as possible, but I don't know if if she was able to bite him. I'm sure there's some teeth marks somewhere or some scratch marks, but he would have that on his body. But like, she's literally got hit in the head with a rock. Do you know what I mean? I'm just confused. And the position she got hit in the head with the rock, wouldn't it assume he was on top of her versus like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just confused. Like, I don't know what the technical term is. I don't want to, misunderstand.
What? Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
This is Gerhardt's work bag.
Is that the same work bag that the police recovered from your home on Maui?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you now.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. All right, my next section of questions has quite a few follow-ups, Ariel. The bank accounts. Okay, you were asked about withdrawing money from a bank account. Approximately how much money did you withdraw?
It's about $123,000, I believe.
And why did you withdraw that money?
Withdrew it so that I could continue to pay bills to keep my kids in their house, as we talked about previously.
And how did you withdraw that money, like the mechanics of how?
As discussed before, I created a bank account online and moved the money.
Okay. Did you log in through the defendant's account to do so?
No, sir.
Whose account did you log into to move that money?
My account.
And what type of account was it again, joint or separate?
The account I logged into was a joint account. I moved it to a separate account.
So isn't it her money? You know what I mean? I get it, but it's her money, right? She can move it. That's why she was able to do it. She also works. So She has a paycheck. So she earns money. You know what I mean? But it's their money. It's in a joint account.
And
Like she can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it sounds like, I don't even know if she like cleaned out the account or if she just took a partial amount. You know what I mean? But it's like, you guys are married, you know? Yeah, Chad said according to his lawyer, he didn't have permission. She didn't have permission. The lawyer said that. She's like, he said, oh, you took the money out without his permission. What permission? What permission? What are you talking about? Like, you might say a moral or an ethical, but legal? It's her money, bro.
what did you spend the money on?
Spent the money on a mortgage.
And also, I don't want somebody to be like, oh, so you think it's okay if he took the money out of the account without telling her? She didn't try to kill him. This is after he tried to kill her. This is all after he tried to kill her. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we even playing this game right now? Okay, hold on. What did she spend the money on?
What did you spend the money on?
Spent the money on a mortgage. Should I talk through like approximate values?
Yeah, why don't you give us an estimate of where that money went?
Sure. Okay, so if you just take like some of the big hitter items, my mortgage is $8,000 a month.
Okay, white people on Hawaii. Habibis, separate from the whole conversation happening, why are you living in Hawaii? Are you Hawaiian? You're spending $8,000 on a mortgage? Girl, you are a colonizer. Like, what are you doing there? Like, okay, girl, listen, I'm going to have mighty shade for you. Okay? They're rich people. These are rich white people taking over Hawaii. They're the reason that it's getting gentrified for the locals. Okay, separate from that, she did not deserve to die. Okay? But girl.
My HOA is just over $300 a month. I have a car payment that's just under $400 a month. I have a solar loan on the house that's about $800 a month. So that's $9,500 roughly. And then I pay about $4,000 a month in childcare for my youngest. So that's $13,500 a month. So in 10 months, that's $135,000.
Okay. Now,
damn, bro.
You were asked about a loan that you paid back. Can you explain that?
Yes, Gerhard and I had previously taken a loan from my parents, a personal loan, to pay back costs associated with a home construction project we did in Pittsburgh. And so it was kind of a long-standing loan.
Oh, and they have multiple homes. Look, rich people also deserve a fair trial, and this woman is a victim. But damn, rich people riching right now. 2 houses? 2 houses, girl? That's what I'm saying. He was bad with money if they were taking out loans. They're bad with money. Rich people are always bad with money. This is the irony. You may be high earners, but you're bad with money. If I've learned anything from watching finance shows, that's why I say, like, and the fact that he was in charge of their finances and they don't, you know what I'm saying? She might be working. He might be working. But if she never had control over the money, that's a part of the financial abuse.
And at the time, I wasn't sure what was going to happen financially, and I wanted to make sure that their retirement wasn't going to be impacted by this.
Okay, when you say at the time.
Right after the attack and everything.
And did you settle any other debts?
I did. I paid off Gerhardt's outstanding credit card balances, just so those wouldn't be overdue again. That was joint marital debt. So I tried to pay down joint marital debt.
So she was fucking responsible. So the way he should have been. So please note, financial abuse. He was in charge of the money. She trusted him with it. And he couldn't do what she figured out to do in a week because he was financially irresponsible. All of that money, and he couldn't pay down his credit card debt. Girl, why do you have credit card debt when you're making that much money? And then what did she do? The first thing she did is pay down the debt. She should have been in charge of the money. They probably would have had more of it.
Do you remember how much of that joint marital credit card debt you paid off?
I don't remember the values. I apologize.
Okay. If you were to see your bank statements again, would you be able to remember?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as states.
Oh, Chad, they have the money, which doesn't make sense. I cannot tell you how many financials I watch, and people will call in and say, I have $10,000 of credit card debt, and I have $200,000 of savings. And the guy's like, pay off the credit card debt. Pay it off. And they're like, oh, but I'm really insecure about money. And I feel like if it gets below a certain amount, he's like, pay off the credit card debt. Why are you paying interest? I'm telling you, just because you'll make a lot of money doesn't mean you know how to use it. It's incredible to me. I really think we are more financially responsible as people, and we don't even make 6 figures. And I think we are so much more financially responsible than some of these rich people. I swear, because I'm like, pay off the debt.
156. Okay, Errol, could you take a look through Exhibit 156 to refresh your memory on how much of the defendant's credit card debt you paid off? And when you've reviewed, let me know.
Sure.
I also think it's just such a huge sign that for her character that the son is living with her, that she went and prioritized the kids and helping the kids, and I just think that's so important.
Here's one for. I'm sorry.
Have you reviewed the exhibit?
Yes,
Is
I
your
have.
memory refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to come collect the exhibit from you, and I'll ask you the same question again.
Okay.
Okay, I'm collecting State's Exhibit 156.
He seems like a good lawyer.
Okay, Ariel, how much of the defendant's credit card debt did you pay off?
There's approximately $5,000. And just for the sake of completeness, at least I think one of those credit cards I was an authorized user on, so I don't want us to mischaracterize it and say it was his.
Okay, is that why you considered it joint marital?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Last
Look at her getting on top of things, you know?
questions. The divorce, Ariel. You were asked about a motion to set trial for divorce. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And
What?
you-
I feel like the defense lawyer was like, I can't believe you're divorcing your husband. I can't believe you're getting a divorce. That's what he made it sound like. His lawyer, the murderer's lawyer, allegedly, he was like, I can't believe you're getting a divorce. You're going to separate kids from their father? Like, that's what he made it sound like.
were asked about your.
And this is what I'm saying, guys. The shame from divorce is still so prevalent that she's going to be made to feel shame that she's divorcing her murdering husband. Oh, don't underplay it. Don't twist it. The world is so guilted by divorce. We need to normalize divorce for this reason. It is not that big of a deal. You need to get the fuck over it. Okay? Like, it's, you know, it can be a red flag, it can be a good flag, a green flag. Listen, for some, you know what I mean? Like, don't do paperwork with a man, you know, if you can help it. But if you have to do paperwork with a man, do not be afraid to do more paperwork with a man by divorcing him.
Request for full custody of the children.
Yes.
Why did you request full custody of the children?
They're in my care now, and we had a hearing last year sometime, and a judge ruled that I should have sole temporary custody.
The temporary.
Sure.
And on that motion, and you testified this morning, you actually reviewed the motion to set you were asked about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the section on page 11 of 28, or page stamp 758, did that state, upon conclusion of the criminal trial against father, this matter may be readdressed when discussing physical custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you intend to have physical custody of the children forever?
I intend to work through the courts to determine that.
And with regards to your request for the house and the retirement accounts, why did you request those?
The house also comes with a mortgage against it, so I basically requested that I have kind of the current state of things in Maui. So it's a house with a mortgage and a solar loan. Again, to try to keep my children in a stable environment. That's the house that they're used to living in, and the school district that they're used to, and the neighborhood they're used to. And then the split of the retirement account was, again, based on discussions with my divorce attorney and what would be reasonable in lieu of any kind of child support.
So obviously, for those who didn't catch it, they tried to paint her as an evil bitch who stole his kids away from her, right? And that's why she said, "Oh, I want to work with the courts as part of the process." Because what the evil lawyer wants her to say is, "I want to take his kids away from him. I want to take his kid. He doesn't deserve his kids." And then they'll paint her as vindictive instead of a mother who's protecting her kids against a murdering person, right? So just in case you guys didn't catch it, that's why that question was asked, even by her own lawyer, to make sure that they're saying she's just following the rules. She's just going through the courts.
Sure. I thought we were just getting to hearsay, but that's fine.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 187, page 12 of 28, page stamp number 759, at the very top of the page, under number 3, child support. Appendix or Defense 187. Could you review that paragraph at the top of the page?
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you now.
Okay.
Ariel, why did you request the house and the defendant's part of the defendant's retirement accounts?
Since he can't earn his previous income, he would be unable, it's unlikely that he'd be unable to pay child support that would keep their standard of living the way it was previously.
Okay. Understood. Last things. Several times this morning in your testimony, what happened up on the Pali Puka Trail has been characterized as a scuffle. Is that a fair characterization?
I consider scuffle to be like a back and forth, like a wrestling thing. So it depends on the context.
It was an attack. He attacked her. It was an attack. It was a wrestle for my life. It wasn't a scuffle. Okay. A scuffle is like, it's a bit casual. It's a downplay. Okay. It was a fight for survival.
I mean, I would call it an attack versus a scuffle.
Thank you, girl.
When you were fighting back on March 24th, 2025.
Ooh, no objection. Oh my God. He said fighting back. And I felt like he hesitated because he thought he was going to get objected, but he didn't. When you were fighting back.
What were you fighting for?
My life.
My life and the ability to see my kids again.
Amen.
Thank you. No further questions.
Amen. Jesus Christ.
Mr. Otake, can we cross case and vote as a redirect?
Thank you. You were being asked about the motion in the divorce case and why you were seeking child support or why you were seeking the house and his retirement. And you said because he can't earn his same income. And what was written in the report is that because he's incarcerated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So in this case, because he's incarcerated and he can't earn his income, you guys in the divorce case are using that to say you should get the house and his retirement, yes?
Yes, sir.
You indicated when you were asked about physical custody, prosecutor pointed out that you have temporary physical custody, you're seeking physical custody, but it was written in that motion, upon conclusion of the criminal trial against father, this matter may be readdressed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Meaning you understand if he's found not guilty, it can be readdressed and he can try to get physical custody of the kids, right?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And if he's contrary to that, found guilty, you know that he's not going to be able to have custody of the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you would get full custody of them for the remainder of their juvenile life, correct?
Yes, sir.
He wouldn't be able to see them or have a relationship with them for the rest of their juvenile life. You understand that if he's convicted, right? And that's why you guys wrote that in there, right?
Yes, sir.
And? See, the tonality he's using is like, it's so shameful. It's so judgmental. Why is he judging her? I mean, I get it. He's a defense lawyer, but like, okay, and? Do you know what I'm saying? He's just like, right? You're taking away his right to see his kids, right? And it's like, I feel like I'm watching a debate, bro. You know what I mean?
Because of him being incarcerated.
For attempted murder, incarcerated for attempted murder.
You wouldn't be able to see them, or you wouldn't be able to have custody of them till they're adults.
Cumulative.
Sustained.
Bro, I feel like if we zoomed into her head, she'd be like, she would be doing what we're doing, but we're doing it for her because she can't. Because they'll use any flicker of emotion, anything she gives them against her. You know what I mean? Oh my
The
God.
divorce attorney are using the allegations in this case as a basis to ask for certain things in the divorce and custody case, correct?
Objection argumentative. No rule.
Correct?
Yes, in certain cases where it's applicable.
You were asked about this idea again about it being an emotional affair, emotional infidelity, and that's how you and Gerhard talked about it and described it, correct?
Yes, sir.
When the detective asked you the question, well, did you have an affair? You said no, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You didn't say, well, sir, we didn't have sex, but we've been talking about it as an emotional affair. You could have said that, but you didn't, correct?
That's correct. I did not say that.
You described it to the detective as some flirty text messages, correct?
That's correct. That's what it was.
Barely. It was barely flirty. It was, girl, if you're going to flirt, you better step up your game, okay? Example, I'm watching football tonight. Those tight pants, am I right? You got to step up your game. literally so PG. I was like, what is this? Like, this is your flirty text messages? God, my messages must sound like porn to people if this is your flirty messages. Jesus Christ, I'm out here sending gifts. I'm out here sending like, you know what I mean? I'm out here sending like, you know what I mean? Ugh, please.
To this day, in front of this jury, that's how you're still describing it. Just some flirty text messages, correct?
Hello? Barely.
You were asked about Gerhard wanting to have access to your phone in the weeks following the discovery of your flirty text messages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you this earlier, but you understood that the audiobooks you were listening to by these professionals discussed that, giving up privacy, giving access to your phone to help him start to try to trust you again. That's what the audiobook said, right?
Yes, sir.
When he left you on the trail, there was nothing stopping you from going back to the car, correct? You could have walked back to the car, the quarter mile away, right?
I wouldn't have done that.
Well, I'm just saying, was there anything stopping you from doing that?
Nothing was physically stopping me from doing that. The expectation with Gerhard was not that I was going to leave
That's
him
what
there.
I mean.
You're right. There was nothing physically stopping me from going back to the car. You're right.
And let's talk about what was in your expectation in your head and not others, okay? Because when he got back, whatever you think he meant, the words that he used were, oh, you're still here, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me, so you were asked about the number of times you're hit with a rock, and
Bludgeoned with a lava rock, bludgeoned.
you told the grand jury as many as 10 times, yes?
Yes, sir.
You told the detective as many as 10 times, yes?
Yes, sir.
But today you're saying you don't know how many times you were hit, correct?
I said as many as 10 times.
I'm asking you to, that's what you said to the grand jury, and that's what you said to the detective. Today on Redirect, when you were asked about that, your words were,
Oh my God.
I don't know how many times I were hit.
This is not to be so grotesque, but I will be grotesque just for the sake of how offensive this question is. It's like saying, well, you were being raped. How many times did he technically thrust inside of you? I'm sorry. With peace and love, go fuck yourself. How about go fuck yourself, huh? How about you fucking go fuck yourself? Like, why are you asking me this fucking question? Like, it's a disgusting question. It is a disgusting fucking question. And I hope he never sleeps a full night in his whole life. I hope he gets 1 hour of sleep for the rest of his fucking life, okay? I hope this man is in constant traffic his whole fucking life. I hope this man, every time he orders a bagel and cream cheese, it doesn't come with enough cream cheese, okay? And I hope it's not toasted, all right? How about that?
I was hit, correct? In this case, the testimony. That's what you just said. I don't know how many times I was hit, right?
I don't know an exact number of times that I was hit.
It's about
The
to come
credit
to
card
an
that you
end.
were paying off, at least some of that was a joint credit card that you were on as well, correct?
As stated, yes.
Gonna end video.
Thank you, ma'am. No further
Okay,
questions.
that's the end of the questioning.
Any other questions? No, thank you.
Okay, that's the end of questioning for this video and for this day. So when we come back, this is the end, okay? We're going to come back. They're going to adjourn for the weekend, I assume so, right? So we're going to keep this up. We're going to keep watching it. But please just remember, okay? When you are in these situations, there are resources. You can get help, but more than that, it is not your fault. Okay? She did not bring this upon herself. She did not, no matter, nothing you could ever say could justify the way that this man treated her. Okay? If you are a victim of abuse, we are all thinking of you. This is terrible. I am so angry for her. Okay? So remember just to be angry for the world and not at the world. Do something for the community. Reach out, share a link, maybe donate, volunteer your time. Just when a victim comes to you and says something happened, show them support. You know, this is just such a terrible case. And look, shout out to the people who told me to review the story. We had originally reviewed it when it came out, but I didn't know it was ongoing. And so I'm glad to cover it today because it's interesting that this one isn't even being covered the way that Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were, right? It's interesting. And I wonder if it's because Amber Heard was a more unlikable victim. And I wonder because she's so well put together on the stand, if misogynistic men don't want to see another bro go down for something he obviously did. Or I don't know if it's because they're not celebrities, but I hope more people talk about it. When we come back next week, We'll hear from, if his stuff isn't up yet, because we don't know, we'll hear from the witnesses who came upon her, the police officer who has body cam footage of helping her. We'll watch more footage of it just to get up to date. And then hopefully we'll be able to see the son take the stand and the murdering allegedly husband. Okay, we'll do that. With that said, that's it for today's stream, girls. We did it. Please, have a good weekend. Have a safe weekend. Take care of yourself. And before you go, here's a little reprieve TikTok. Listen, I'm going to count this as a reprieve TikTok, okay? But it might stress you out. This stressed me out and made me laugh, and I just didn't know what to do about it. So let's take one little break, one little TikTok journey. I hope this makes you laugh because I thought it was pretty funny, okay? Detroit judge, you're driving during my hearing and lying about it. TMZ.
Driving, ma'am. What are you doing? Come on.
I'm not driving. I'm a passenger in a car.
You're still not, I'm not hearing cases with people driving or as passengers in cars.
Okay, I will pull over right now.
Short of us coming out to everybody's house and doing these on boats and stuff in the summer, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I have an emergency. I'm going out of town for a family member, but I will have my driver pull over. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I wasn't allowed to be in a car, but hang on 1 second.
Am I crazy, or does it not look like you're driving that car?
I'm not driving the car. I'm a passenger in the car, sir.
What side of the car are you on?
I'm on the left-hand side.
How would you be on the left-hand side if you're a passenger in the front seat? Am I missing something?
Right-hand side. I'm sorry. I've been sitting in a room. I didn't know.
Yeah, the seatbelt's coming off of the driver's side. Right? Now you're lying to me, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Never show you the driver.
Let me see the driver.
Look at her face. Look at her face. Wait, look at her face.
Let me see the driver.
Wait, look.
Let me see the driver.
Hang on 1 second.
Now.
I have to ask their permission.
Now.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're not in the you weren't in the driver's side. You think I'm that stupid? I'm going to go ahead and enter a default judgment. Our paperwork says that we can't have, that they can't drive. Does it not, Jennifer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I took a breath in and started choking. Well, I missed what
Does
you
our
said.
paperwork not tell people that they can't be in a car?
I don't know, Your Honor. I'd have to look at it again. I haven't looked at it in a while.
Looking at it does not say that I cannot be in a car.
I'm entering a default judgment. You lied to me. Judgment 1921-85. Send me your counsel and put in there defendant was not available at the time and then was driving a car and telling the court she was not. I'm entering a default judgment.
Look. He's like, show me the driver. And she's like, Human beings are so funny. Humans are so... Do you know how much anxiety I have before an appointment? Like, I don't think I could physically make you understand how much anxiety my body experiences before an appointment. Like, I can't get anything done. The idea of being in a car and driving when I know I'm going to have to talk to a judge would never have even crossed my mind. I would have been on my couch waiting all day like this. Like, I can't do anything. I'm paralyzed. The fact that she even could get into a car and drive around and then be like, I'm not lying, sir. Man, every time I think I'm a really brave person, I think to myself, girl, the way I would sweat bullets if I thought I was lying to a judge. Do you know, my anxiety could never handle it. I would feel so bad. That's what I'm saying. How do you live with yourself defending this murderous piece of shit? I am so anxious. Like, I get anxious just holding on to a mini fib, like, or even a miscalculation. Guys, you know how much I over-explain, right? Do you know how autistic people, we over-explain everything because we're so terrified of being misunderstood? Guys, I will feel like if I said to somebody, I'll give an example of something that I literally will haunt me. If I say, damn, I told that girl the other day that I was drinking coffee after 8 p.m., but it was decaf. Does she know it's decaf? Now she's going to think I'm one of those irresponsible people who drink regular coffee after 8 p.m., and that's why I can't sleep. I swear to God, it's decaf. Like, I'm the kind of person that's like, oh my God, did I misrepresent myself? Did I just like, now is she going to think about it literally eats at me. It literally like I'll loop on the tiniest little stupidest detail of a story. And I'm like, did I misrepresent myself? How do these people live with themselves? How do you literally live with yourself? I would feel so guilty. I would just feel so bad. I can't believe these humans, man. We are really different. That's what I'm saying, girl. I don't care how toxic I've ever been in my life. Just know I am being eaten up from the inside out because I mistold a story detail and I said I was wearing a blue shirt, but I was actually wearing a red shirt. And now I feel like I'm the greatest liar that ever existed because, oh my God, I can't believe I said I was wearing the wrong color shirt. Like, it literally eats at me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and a big part of it, I do think is because of trauma, because people are like, oh, but you said you were wearing a red shirt. Oh, but you were wearing a blue shirt. Kind of like this criminal, just like this defense lawyer. He's like, oh, wait, did you say this, but now you're saying this? It's like, okay, what are you doing? Oh, he hit you how many times? Are you sure about that? How many times did he hit you? It's like, so now I feel like it's probably trained into me because I don't want to be a liar, that I try to be extra accurate, but by being extra accurate, I'm being inhumane almost to myself. Like, it's inhuman to be completely factually accurate about everything. You know what I mean? But yet this guilt to stay, you know what I mean? These people never think about it. These people get up on the stand, they fucking try to murder their wives and be like, I'm innocent. That bitch is lying. I'm innocent. Like, insane. Just absolutely insane. You know, I'm so glad you guys relate to this. Thank you. You make me feel very seen. All right. We did it. Just a reminder over on the Discord, we have an event this Saturday. We're doing yoga, 30-minute class. We're focusing on splits this year. Fingers crossed. Okay. Covering Avatar: The Last Airbender, deconstructing episodes 15 through 18, season 2. Very exciting stuff. Doing the Menosphere documentary April 4th, Saturday. And Discord 101 open discussion event April 11th. Come join us. Remember, 18 plus for the Patreon, because I don't want to talk to teenagers. We're trying to keep the community safe. With that said, for members, please go watch that taco video if you haven't already. My favorite plant-based taco recipe, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Also, people requested that I post for tier 2 members a video on how I budget through the week. So I was thinking about it. I don't know. It feels very intimate, but I was contemplating maybe showing you what I eat for a week. But I don't know. It feels very personal. But, if it will help, maybe I'm thinking about it, girl. It sounds kind of fun. Because, I could just show you like what a regular eating schedule looks like on my budget and show you tricks, and help, it might be fun. It might be fun. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking it might be fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it might be fun. I'm thinking about it. Okay, with that said, I will see you guys Monday. We'll come back Monday. We'll watch the stuff. Even if I watch, heads up, I'm going to watch some of the stuff on the members video for member stream Monday. But I'll clip the sections of the trial for everyone on YouTube, just so whatever I cover with members gets covered and they have their stuff. But also, I don't want to skip a day of watching the trial because I'm eager to see it. So whatever I cover from the trial on Monday for members stream, I'll clip it for everybody on YouTube. So you can join members and watch it if you want it at any tier, or you can just wait for it to come out Monday night. Either way, I'll see you Monday for stream. Okay? Bye. 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 Bye.